Hi, everybody. Welcome to the ATR podcast. Today, we have a lot to talk about as usual because we talk a lot. I am your finally camera-ready host, Mark Williams, not wearing a hat today, although I would fit in great with the rest of the guys. And the man whose face they need to put on Mount Rushmore, Mr. John Folkowski.
Hashtag Fox 1 Norris.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. All right. And, of course, to keep us grounded and in reality, the ever so steady Mr. Anthony LaRocco.
Do some hockey.
Unfortunately, we do have sad news to report, and that was the NHL was mourning the passing of Columbus goaltender Matiss. Kivlenieks. Oh, I knew I was going to do this. Anthony, can you do it?
Matiss Kivlenieks.
Thank you. This is now really embarrassing. Unfortunately, the 24-year-old goaltender lost his life in a fireworks accident, and it's just a sad story to hear. There's too many of these going around the NHL right now between him, David Pastrnak 2 weeks ago. Thoughts, guys?
Horrible. Just
Yeah.
awful tragedy. Losing a young player, even as a fan, it cuts you down. And you know what? I gather that a lot of us were probably at parties where fireworks were going off. You saw the JPP accident, Jason Pierre-Paul, for those who aren't NFL fans, a few years back. It's awful. It's a terrible tragedy. It takes me back to, as a Ranger fan, when I got the news from a certain Mr. Anthony LaRocco that Alexei Sharapanov had died. I didn't want to believe it. I can only imagine what the Columbus fans are going through. My thoughts, condolences, just go out to his family, his friends, the organization itself, and all the fans of the Columbus Blue Jackets. This is just horrible. You never want to see this. This is just awful. I don't know what else to say.
Well, it makes me just say always safety first whenever it comes to these things. And you bring up Jason Pierre-Paul, 100% right on that. The fact that Paul was able to resurrect his career in Tampa, win another Super Bowl, and that, at least that's a good thing. I mean, he just had a hand injury. This was obviously much worse. Yeah. But we're going to move on from there and to the Stanley Cup Finals. I would love to tell a joke, but for a juxtaposition, but no, not right now. So the Lightning are ahead 3-1, and this has not even been that close of a series. I'm just going to start right away with this, guys. What have we learned so far, starting with you, Anthony?
I think we've learned just how Tampa Bay's, 3 steps ahead of Montreal. They're just clearly the better team. I don't know what else you could say. Montreal, they've had a really great run. Nice Cinderella story, but it's definitely going to be ending soon. It's good they do at least be able to get one win in front of their fans last night, an overtime win. But I don't see them, completing this comeback and forcing a Game 7. Tampa Bay is just, like I said, they're just a better team in really every area of the ice. And for Montreal to really have a chance in this series, they needed Carey Price to be, godly. And, he was good last night, but the prior couple of games, he wasn't that good. I think his save percentage in this series going into last night was like 830 or 840, something along those lines. And you can't win when you're getting that type of goaltending. So, kudos to Montreal for getting this far. Kudos to them, avoiding the sweep. But I just think Tampa Bay is going to wrap this up sooner than later.
Phil?
Montreal had an easy road. That's definitely the first thing that I've learned. They probably had the easiest road of any team to the Stanley Cup Finals since the '93 Montreal Canadiens, who beat the Nordiques in 6 games in the first round. Then they faced and swept a upset Buffalo Sabres team who came off of a huge upset over the Boston Bruins in that 92-93 series with the Mayday goal and everything. And then you had the Islanders, who Pierre Turgeon was not clearly at 100% after the Dale Hunter incident. And they got to the Stanley Cup Finals, and they beat the Kings, and they ended up winning. But that was probably the other team that I've seen that's had as easy as a rose of this team. Because when you think about it, the Maple Leafs, Anthony called them paper tigers, probably the most accurate description I've seen of the Leafs. Then you have the Marc Scheifele-less Winnipeg Jets after the Jake Evans hit, and that basically took them out of the series. They were done after that. Not that I think that they were going to win the series to begin with, but just, I don't know. That after that game, I was like, okay, I don't see this team winning, even though I picked Winnipeg to win.
No, you wouldn't have been alone, so don't worry about that.
Yeah. But after that first game, I knew they weren't winning that series, even if Scheifele wasn't suspended. So, but and then you go to Vegas, and funny enough, Vegas just, I don't know what happened with them. Montreal played great. Price was good, but I think Vegas shot themselves in their own foot, and their forwards just disappeared. And that's why they're facing a much better team than any team they could come across. I think the Islanders probably could have beaten Montreal too. So I would say
more on that later.
Yeah, more on that later. Yeah, but yeah, it's funny to see how a team that had such an easy road gets the finals, faces a real tough team, and now they're just getting smacked around. They were lucky to pull that one out because they almost blew that game. And I tell you, if they would have converted on that power play, Shea Weber would have been the most villainized player in Montreal Canadiens history, and the riots would have been off the charts in Montreal last night. Would have been nuts. Fortunately,
there would have been nobody inside the building to really riot. The thing that I can't help but look at this series is the turnover numbers, and Montreal's turnovers. They've actually gotten better than they were in the previous 3 series. But Tampa's just taking every turnover they got and putting it right in the back of the net. I do have to get to this, and people say stupid things. We know this. I say it a lot. I say lots of stupid stuff. We'll put it all a montage of this one time. But when the Tampa Bay mayor says she's rooting against the Lightning so they can win it at home, it's the dumbest thing in the world to say. First of all, because it's bulletin board material. Secondly, the 4th game is always the toughest to win. And the last one is, what are you, a moron? Who cares? Just win the damn game. After all, you got let's see. The Pittsburgh Penguins won 3 Stanley Cups. None of them were at home. The Chicago Blackhawks between 1938 to 2015 did not win a Stanley Cup at home. The Pittsburgh Penguins again. So the Lightning didn't win it last year at home. St. Louis Blues did not win it at home. They were in Boston. The Washington Capitals won it in Vegas. I could go on and on. Win the damn game. Who the hell cares where you win it? I mean, why? Because you need to have every championship in Tampa, you greedy bastards. So, and one thing I can't help but go to is the first lead of the series last night was at 4:21 of the first period. Montreal is done. So, just because they got a stay of execution last night, and let's be honest, it's a stay of execution, it will happen. But this has been. I had this quote locked and loaded, and I'm still backing it. This has been one of the most boring Stanley Cup finals I've ever watched. And even the amount of times the games have been tied haven't been much. You might want to say, no, Mark, what about how the Rangers went out in 5 in 2014? Yeah, there was still back and forth games. And the Rangers held the lead most of those games. 2 of those games, they had the lead until the final goal was scored, which would be in overtime. So, no. Oh, and by the way, the Kings won 1 at home. Oh, they won them both at home. All right, good thing I kept talking. Again, people say stupid things. So in that case, I know you guys said Carey Price. I'm not gonna put it. I'm not gonna put it all on his shoulders. But what's disappointing you so far in the series?
Carey Price.
Anthony, sorry.
You can't avoid the elephant in the room. It's Carey Price. You gotta go with him. He just hasn't been good, and I know that a lot of Montreal fans will jump right down my throat and say, "Oh, well, the team in front of him didn't turn over the puck so much, and and everything like that, and all this other stuff," and they would make every excuse in the world for him, and so on. But Carey Price has not been good. He's not. The team in front of him hasn't been good, but he hasn't either. You got to make saves, and he hasn't. He just hasn't. I mean, I would say he was good last night, but Tampa hit 3 posts in that game, and that could have easily been an inch or 2 off, and we're talking about a sweep, and we don't have content for about the Stanley Cup Finals for any longer. And, we're going into off-season mode here, so yeah, it's got to be Carey Price. I need more out of Cole Caulfield too. I really do. He's been invisible in this series, so I need more.
And also, my apologies. I actually thought you were just going to go Carey Price and then stop talking. So, Anthony.
No.
Carey Price. Carey Price needs to be better than Andre Vasilevsky to give the Canadians a chance, and he hasn't done that. Granted, his team hasn't been good either, but for how highly touted he's been, and for all we'll talk about how great he is, he really needs to step up, and he hasn't so far. He played good last night, good enough to get them the win, so kudos to him. But if Montreal wants any chance of getting back in this series, he has to take his game up at least 2 or 3 notches.
And I'm gonna go with their offense. I know they scored 3 goals last night, but really it's 2. Whoever was gonna score the 3rd goal was inevitable. But 5 goals through 3 games, and then you get 3 last night. I know if you just average that out, that's 2 per game, but still, that's not going to cut it. Not against Tampa Bay Lightning. So, we're just going to jump right ahead to who needs to step up for Game 5. Anthony.
I mean, aside from saying, Carey Price here, I'll actually go with Shea Weber. Shea Weber's their captain. It's been often said, I know we mentioned throughout this whole process that Anders Lee missing was devastating for the Isles. Captains usually pull the team in the fight. They can get them going with a goal, a speech, a big hit. Shea Weber needs to get the team going, believing that they could do this, whether it be, uncorking Clapper in Game 5 that gets them on the board early, or just defending really well like Shea Weber bold. I think he's the captain. He's the leader. He's got to step up in some fashion.
Tyler Toffoli, for a guy who was their leading scorer in the postseason heading into this series, I haven't seen anything from him. I barely noticed him when he's out there. He just doesn't – he's not the same player right now. He needs to step up. I would say if you want to give someone from Tampa, it's got to be Steven Stamkos. I know I've been on him all postseason, but aside from his 2-goal game in Game 5, where it seemed everybody was scoring on the Islanders, Steven Stamkos has been non-existent for 3 playoff rounds. You need something out of him, because actually, you know what? I changed my pick. I'm going to wash that, change my pick. Braden Point. Time for you to score a goal. You had him in 9 straight, and you've done nothing since. Step up, because you're losing that Conn Smythe and Nikita Kucherov with every game you play.
And you know what? Damn it, I was actually going to go Braden Point. So, yeah, you know what? I'm going to agree with you. Braden Point, and definitely that Suzuki line. They need to step up. They need to do something. If you don't want to say them, if you don't want me to give you a copycat answer, how about the Eric Stahl line? You're the ones with the veterans. Where the hell were you in this series? I mean, you got 2 guys that won Stanley Cups on that line. Granted, you were both like in kindergarten in the NHL when that happened, but still, draft class of 2003, and I'm not mentioning who should not be named. So, what is your headline after Game 5, Filk?
Tampa wins back-to-back championships despite losing on road, makes mayor's wishes come true.
Anthony.
Oh, it pains me to say, Tampa Bay Lightning become, first team since Pittsburgh to win back-to-back cups. Pat Maroon wins third straight.
I'm going to go with a simple one. Lightning strikes twice, and that's it. You can win the championship that way. I actually never even put on the ticker on this because I'm just to conclude this segment before I give the sign off, guys. But there's just been no buzz about this series whatsoever. Like, and I question some of the NHL missteps, like that there's no game on Saturday night. Hockey night in Canada, no game.
4th of July parties.
Oh, okay. People don't turn on the TV during 4th of July parties.
It's true. It's 4th of July parties. I mean, you're in America. America's celebrating Independence Day weekend. There's going to be parties everywhere. Viewership would probably be low. I kind of can't blame them for that. But you're right, though. This is one of, I would say, top 3 for me, most boring Stanley Cup final series I've ever watched. I would say the other two were probably Detroit's back-to-back wins in 97 and 98 because they absolutely kicked the crap out of the Flyers and the Capitals. The Capitals were lucky to beat the Buffalo Sabres. So,
the Flyers games, I think, were actually pretty decent until they got to Detroit.
Yeah,
the swept
2 games.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong, they got swept. I mean, what about Anaheim versus Ottawa?
Oh, 2007.
Yeah, that was another boring one. That's definitely my top 5 or 6.
And you know what? I got to agree with you on the Capitals one, Phil. They had a good game 1, and then after that,
that was it. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. But okay, we want to know what you think about the Stanley Cup Finals. Put it all in the comments below because we're going to move on to other news that's a little bit more pressing and more interesting. Because I was having a conversation this week about a certain Buffalo Sabres center. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, we got Goldberg is in.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and by the way,
he pulled a jetter snooze there.
Yeah, I've been watching these games and still I feel like I'm half asleep. But we're going to move on to talk about a certain Buffalo Sabres center that's been in the news recently, Sam Reinhart. And I have this conversation over and over again because obviously the New York Rangers are the leading candidate to acquire Mr. Jack Eichel. Now, before we went on, we had a comment from Bullet is Red. Said, same conference makes this deal tough to do, but if Lafreniere, Kakko, Miller, and the 15th overall pick could do it, the Sabres do not want older players, and vets do not want to be here. You're probably right, but what they need is somebody to change around the culture there. But the other thing is, if Chris Drury makes that trade, he will not only be fired on the spot, but beaten up before he can leave Madison Square Garden. So that's just that. If that comes from, that's like one of those. Did we see a couple deals from the Sabres fans like that? But all right, let me finish what my point is, and then get out to Filkin and everybody. I've been talking about this. Why do they need Jack Eichel? What are they going to do with him? Because once they get him, he's probably going to be on the second line, possibly with Panarin, or maybe even they spread out their talent. Zibanejad one line, Eichel on a different line, and Panarin on a different line. So now you got 3 great lines. Okay, good. So we got to worry about he's a third line center, arguably, or you do 1C. I know you're shaking your head, Phil, but follow me on this. Then you go to the power play. You're going to have a $10 million player, and you're not going to put him on the top power play unit because he plays in the Panarin spot, You can't move him to the Zibanejad spot. You're now taking him over for Ryan Strome. If you move Chris Kreider off, they're going to put everything over to the left side. John, correct me because I might be wrong.
You don't acquire Jack Eichel and not put him on your top power play unit. I'm just telling you that right now. It's not going to happen. And also that thing about 3 lines, that's not happening either. They're not doing that. Chris Kreider will go down to the 3rd line before anything like that happens, and he should at this point.
That's definitely happening.
Yeah, that should happen. It's time. But you don't get Jack Eichel to do that. You get Jack Eichel and you figure your offense around Jack Eichel and Artemi Panarin. And then you slot in the other pieces elsewhere. That's absolutely how you do it. That's absolutely how you have to do it. As for that package, I'm just going to tell you right now, any Sabres fans that are watching this, you think you're getting that from any team, dream on. Because you're taking any team that gets him is taking on a major medical risk. He has a no movement clause that kicks in I would say July 1st, just to be safe at this point, because we don't know what date the offseason is going to start next year. But I'm going to say July 1st just for argument's sake, whatever. But you have that kicking in. You have a $10 million AAV. You have a major injury risk. And you have a player that wants out. And the bridge has been burned. It's still scarred from my... No, well, you know what? I see a lot of people saying you don't want to get him. A lot of the people saying that they don't want to get him, the minute that he gets here and he starts scoring and he's healthy, then everybody's going to change they're going to change their thoughts real quick on him. It happened with Yager. It happened with Lindros.
It happened with Nash.
Happened with Rick Nash. The "we don't want you" chance in February of 2012. Yeah.
Yeah, before the trade deadline, when he actually scored the game-tying goal against the Rangers.
Step and won in overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that changed real quick. But he's going to be a game breaker. That's what he is. He's a game breaker. He's an elite talent. He's a top 10 player in the league, regardless of position. It's just what he is. It's just a matter of, like I said, Kevin Adams lowering his price. And I know people want to sit there and say, well, you're just looking at it from a Ranger point of view. What team is going to want to give up that type of package to get Jack Eichel with this type of medical risk and that type of cap hit? Because I don't see Anaheim. And Elliot Friedman actually reported that Anaheim is basically out on him because they don't want to meet the asking price. If Adams doesn't lower his asking price, he stays there. And if he stays there, he's 1, a distraction in the locker room, 2, an injury risk, and 3, it gets that much closer to that no movement clause date. So when that date comes and that kicks in, he controls where he goes. And that value that they get in return for Jack Eichel, nosedives.
By the way, before Anthony says anything, Mike says, hell no on Eichel. Most I would risk if I was Drury would be Kravtsov, the 15th overall pick, and Strome.
Not going to get it done. It's going to be more than that, but it won't be that much more like some Buffalo fans are expecting or asking for.
Anthony, your thoughts?
Something about Jack Eichel just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is. Maybe it was Filkin impersonation. But no, I don't know. It's just like there's no doubt that he's a great player, but something about his attitude in Buffalo. I know they're a tie bar and he wants to win. But he doesn't scream team player to me for some reason. I don't know why. I just get that vibe from him, and I know not everybody is that type of way, but it is nice, especially if your star player is a team player. That would be nice, but I don't know. I mean, he's a great player, but for the Ranger organizations, I don't know if Jack Eichel is the answer. I mean, there's other players out there that I think could fit, as well too. So I don't know if the Rangers should put all their baskets in the Eichel basket, because I think there are a lot of other players out there that can really improve their team and make them a playoff team.
Okay.
I mean, let me just say this, just to make a point. Like John Tavares left the Islanders, and then the Islanders flourished. So you don't Jack Eichel's a star player, sure, but the Rangers don't need him to take the next step and to become a playoff team. I don't think it's a necessity. I personally think that Buffalo may wait if they don't get the offers they like. I think they might just let him have his neck procedure or do whatever he has to do, play for them, and if he tears it up, now they could trade him at the trade deadline, and his value is going to be through the roof. I think Kevin Adams is not going to budge. Yeah, it might bite him in the long run. It might bite him seriously in the long run. But on the flip side, if he's a little more patient and Eichel plays really well for Buffalo, his trade value could become a lot higher. So, I mean, I'm a betting man. I like to gamble. I still say he's traded before the draft. But I don't see why Kevin Adams wouldn't approach it that way if he's not getting the offers that he has.
Okay, I'll start because I had 2 questions for you, but I'll answer Justin's first. Justin, what's been going on with that is that the Sabres refuse to release the medical records to any team who's not in some sort of serious talks with them for Jack Eichel, as reported by, I believe it was Elliot Friedman or Darren Drigger was one of the two. I can't remember who it was, but they won't release the records until they're in serious talks about Eichel. And that's part of what's dissuading a lot of teams away from dealing for him, because they want to know before they even think about, what I would want to give up for him, what the situation is, what the prognosis is, and is the surgery going to help or hurt him? Because the surgery might have him not start, at the beginning of the season. He might be missing part of the season. And that's another thing that's dissuading teams away. Anthony, the 2 questions I had for you were, one, you talk about how you don't think Jack Eichel's a team player. Why? You said you don't know, but if you're thinking that, there's got to be a reason that's nagging at you a little bit enough just to make you say that. And 2, if there's another player out there that fits that bill and is a significant enough of an upgrade over Ryan Strome, who is he?
First question. I guess Buffalo. I know he hasn't had a lot of help over the years on a bad Buffalo team, but for someone who is like an elite player, I just feel like he hasn't like raised his game or rallied the troops around him to really make a push to bring Buffalo being a more competitive team. And I'll go back to what I know, just because I'm an Islander fan. But there were years, John, where the Islanders really weren't that great of a team, and Tavares put the Islanders on his back essentially, and brought them to the playoffs, like the shortened year against Pittsburgh in 2012, 2013. The Islanders made the playoffs. They really weren't that great of a team at that point. Tavares was an MVP candidate at the end of that year. He didn't win, but he was MVP candidate, and he brought the team to the playoffs. Eichel hasn't really done the same thing in Buffalo. So, I mean, right or wrong, I'm not saying my thinking is correct, but that's just my portrayal of Eichel, that if he was, he could have done more in Buffalo despite not having, the best team around him.
Just to say, you're saying that with his body language, stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, I would a little bit goes into that, but more so just the performance. He does look like, to your point, Marc, body language. I don't blame him. Buffalo has sucked. So a lot of times looking at him, he just seems, disinterested and, lazy at times, but more so that, I know your team's bad, but, if you're that good of a player, you should still be able to rally the boys around you and take the reins and lead the team as far as you can go. And he hasn't really made them very competitive. And like I said, I'm going to use that Tavares example in 2012, 2013. He was a leader. He became the captain the following year after Streit left, but he put the team on his back and he brought them to the playoffs. Eichel has not done that. I mean,
Phil, just before you answer, because I know I could see that upper lip just going, the bottom lip going. But and I'm welcoming the answer. I do have to say, I said the same thing about him about 2 years in. Could different circumstances completely change his mindset? Sure. I mean, after all, everybody talked about Phil Kessel's attitude, and he's won 2 Stanley Cups. So you just get a guy in the right situation, it'll work. John.
I mean, just in response to that, I have to disagree, like badly, like highly disagree with you, because the Islanders teams that you're referencing were better teams than what Buffalo is now and has been for the last few years, and it's not close either. The Buffalo teams that we've seen the last few years have been a borderline AHL team aside from two pieces. You brought in Jeff Skinner. Okay, you thought Skinner was going to, continue that 30 to 40 goal pace. It's been he's the worst contract in the NHL, hands down, right now. I mean, Rasmus Dahlin is great, but what other defenders do they have? Ristolainen is fire defensively. He's awful. I mean, their goaltending, they don't know what goaltending is. They wouldn't know goaltending if it smacked them in the face. If it smacked them in the face with a hockey stick, they wouldn't know what goaltending was. Which
is funny because for 10 years they had great goaltending.
Yeah, they went from Ryan Miller and they figure out goaltending sense. It's incredible.
Sorry, I said 10, 20.
Yeah, so 20 years. And then even Marty Biron in between was a decent goaltender. But you know what? You can't compare the two teams. You didn't answer the other part of the question, which I'll let you answer now.
Because Marc,
who's that player then?
Well, I mean, I would say the Rangers, no doubt they need a center, but at the same time, I also think they could be a really competitive team, even if they got another higher-end wing. So I don't know if it needs to be a center, but just a couple of names I would say that I think could make them a lot better of a team. If you look at some of the players rumored to be available, even like a piece like Carter Garland in Arizona, he's a very good player. He could score goals. What?
Where are you playing him? There's a logjam on the wings. So you're going to tell me that you're not going to play Vitaly Kravtsov then at that point? I mean, there's no point of adding another winger. You got to add a center.
You do need to add it. Well, I don't know. It depends who that winger is. If they got a good enough winger, I mean, they've been getting by with Zibanejad and Strome as their first two centers. So if they got a good enough winger that could score goals, and Gallant implores Jory to add in some depth players who have jam and defensive responsibility, they can get by. Another guy who's not a center, but people are talking now that Nashville moved Victor Arvidsson. The future is in doubt with Ryan Ellis. They may move him and Ekholm. What about Philip Forsberg if he becomes available again? Philip Forsberg is a hell of a player. I think he would move mountains for the Rangers.
Again.
Yeah, he's another winger.
Why would you tie up cap on another winger? It just doesn't make sense. You know what? Honestly,
Vegas.
I would have appreciated your answer more. And listen, I'm not trying to badmouth you or anything, but I would have accepted more of your answer if you had mentioned even Sean Monahan or Sam Reinhart. And what I would have said to you in response to those two is, I think I've said it before, is that it's not a significant enough of an upgrade over Ryan Strome to risk losing the chemistry that he has with Artemi Panarin. Because whether anybody likes it or not, he has some serious chemistry with him. And Artemi Panarin obviously loves playing with him, because since Game 6 of the 2019-2020 season that they lost to Vancouver, that next game against Buffalo where they routed them 6-2, Strome and Panarin have been playing together at even strength. So they've been playing together for over a year and a half now. Now you have to get me a significant enough of an upgrade, or even if, let's just say I'm Chris Drury, you have to get a significant enough of an upgrade over Ryan Strome at that center spot to risk losing that chemistry, because you have to have a great player that can make that line work. And Jack Eichel is really the one guy that fits there. If you want to say stand pat with them, okay, fine. Understand it. You'll wait for your wingers to develop. Give Alexi Lafreniere top 6 time and stop messing around with him. Give Capo Caco top 6 time. Stop messing around with him. Move Chris Kreider down to that third line. You want to sign Pavel Buchnevich for, 5 years, $25 million, and keep that up? Colin Blackwell needs to stay out of the top 6. Don't mention that name ever. If that name gets mentioned as a top 6 option, I'm going to break things.
Well, how about this? The Rangers, I think the Rangers could be equally as good if they got Eichel with rolling, like having their centers next year being Zibanejad, Strome, Filkin, and Casey Cizikas. I think that's a team that can
Who'd
put
you
you
have
in
as the
playoff
third one?
spot.
Philip Deneau.
Philip Deneau.
Philip Deneau. Okay.
Okay. So Philip Deneau is going to look for, I don't know, let's just say 4.5, maybe 5 million. Casey Cizikas is going to look for 3.5 million. So you have 9 million between those two centers. If you get Eichel and you send back Ryan Strome in that deal, you're gaining, or you're adding probably about 5.5 million in cap space, depending on what you send with him. You're adding on about 5 million in cap space. You get a dynamic number 2/number 1 center. You can go out and sign a cheaper center than Cizikas in free agency for your third or fourth line. Let's hope that, I don't know, Barclay Goodrow or Blake Coleman become available, and they're cheap. I don't know, maybe 2.5 million, maybe 3 million at most. Honestly, I like that route better than the former because Philip Deneau, I don't think he's going to be worth the next contract he gets because his offense ain't going to come anywhere close to that 50-point season ever again, I don't think.
Well, also, who knows if the Rangers end up, like I said before, demoting Chris Kreider to the third line, and then let's say you put a Capo Caco down there and try to do a top 9 instead of a top 6. It's just that could change around things dramatically. That's why, again, by the way, no to Casey Cizikas. If you're going to sign Philip Deneau, you can't have Casey Cizikas. I'm not tying up almost $9 million in my bottom 2 centers, especially when I got people that I got to re-sign. And Dave has come back. Oh, by the way, before we do Dave's comment, our favorite Australian is signed in. What's up, Blueshirt?
Going on, buddy?
But don't forget to look within the system to fill the bottom 6 center spots, which is exactly where I was going to go. Morgan Barron is more than capable of doing the fourth line. You're not, and by the way, they still got Kevin Rooney there, who's okay. And I mean, again, we talked about different ideas, and I got criticized for the one that I published on Cap Friendly that I shared with you guys. But I mean, you also got Freddie Gaudreau, who's a free agent. You only have to pay him $800,000. Is he really that much of an upgrade? Or sorry, is Casey Cizikas that much of an upgrade? You have to go to like 3-4 million.
I would say he's
a lot better player.
An upgrade over Gaudreau, but 3 million is going to be tough, especially for him in a flat cap world. I don't know who gives him 3.5 million at this point.
But again, where I'm getting at with this is once you acquire him, I mean, yes, it's probably going to be the second line. Let's be honest, because Ryan Strome's got to go back in that deal to make the salary work, and decent on faceoffs. By the way, Chris Drury, find somebody that can win a goddamn faceoff.
Can Chris go get Michael Pekka and teach our centers how to win faceoffs? Because that's what the Washington Capitals did.
Yeah, I mean, you could teach people how to win faceoffs. I mean, I had a line mate one time who I looked at him and went, Eric, you got to just direct the puck over this way during the faceoff. He looked at me and goes, you think I can control what's in there? And honestly, my eyes just kind of went to, you've never thought about that? Because I was always pretty good at faceoffs, and I had to learn how to do that. So, but anyway, so we're going to move on from this. What do you think? Is Jack Eichel even going to be a fit for the New York Rangers? I'm still kind of leaning towards, granted, you know what? Phil is right. As soon as they make this trade, I'm going to be celebrating. So, guess that kind of makes me a hypocrite. All right. Put it all down in the comments below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Boys, it's time to do a little bit of bar talk. And I missed the video. There it is.
I'm going to take a shot on this one. I'm going to say beer.
I'm buying everybody around on this. Oh my God.
And we got one more comment that's right over here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. TD. Hey, welcome back. Let's go Rangers. So
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear anybody.
You can't?
What's going on right now?
I can hear you.
All right. As we fix Filk, hold on a minute. He's
I don't
muted.
know
You
what's
can hear
going
me?
on right now on my phone. Someone just called and it.
All right,
I don't
Filk,
know,
let me try this.
unknown
Hold
number.
on.
Someone just called. Now I can't hear anything.
Hold on. How about now?
I still can't hear anything.
Okay. Thanks for sticking with us through these technical difficulties. I wish we had some.
He
I
signed
wish
off.
he signed off. He's going to come back on. So, but again, I'll start explaining this, and I'm gonna have to say it twice. But welcome to All Things Rangers Bar Talk, where we gauge our confidence on NHL topics based on our choice of drink. And we're just going to keep going back to that. As soon as John gets back, the hard part about doing all these things on your phone, I'm on a webcam now. I remember when you guys lost me when somebody called. Filk.
Yeah, that was weird.
No, it happens. Sometimes it's just a glitch that'll happen. Welcome back to All Things Rangers and the All Things Rangers Bar Talk segment, where we gauge our confidence on NHL topics based on our choice of drink. Shot, beer, or we're buying everybody around. And John, it's a good thing you're back because I'm starting with you on this one. After the Tony DeAngelo buyout, it's official that the Rangers wasted the Derek Stepan trade.
Beer. Only because of the fact that Derek Stepan has just taken a complete nosedive in his career. He's hasn't been anywhere close to the player that he was in New York. Part of it is because of the fact that he was getting first-line minutes and he was scoring 50 to 55 points a year, which is really not good numbers for a first-line center. He was never really a legitimate first-line center. He was probably the bottom end of number one centers in the league, probably the very worst in the league in that regard. But to get rid of that contract, they traded him right before his no-movement clause kicked in that year. So that's exactly why I keep talking about the pressing need for the Sabres to deal Jack Eichel sooner than later, because the Rangers did the same exact thing. They had to get him dealt. It's a beer. Yeah, sure, Elias Anderson was a bust, and they traded him for that second-round pick from LA, which ended up being Will Cooley. Will Cooley could end up becoming a decent, middle six, bottom six player, and that deal ends up turning out to be okay. But yeah, I mean, you lean toward shot, but you can't really say, you lean toward buying around, but I can't really say buying around until, we see what happens with Will Cooley. But getting rid of Derek Stepan, they just did it at the right time. So I'm going beer here.
I'll jump first, Anthony, and I'm going to go beer too. The reason why, again, that you're going to get a lot of criticism for it is the Elias Anderson pickup. They did not need to draft Elias Anderson right there. There were other pressing needs. They actually drafted out of need. When does the NHL ever do that in the first round?
Dylan McElrath.
Exactly. Yeah. When you do that, you're usually going to make a mistake. Take the best available player, put him in your system, and go on from there. One reason why it's not wasted is because DeAngelo did have a 53-point season. So that's okay. But then they didn't parlay DeAngelo into anything. And yes, we know that they tried to trade him several different times before last year. But then, of course, they just got away. Mike says the Stepan trade was a win. Even other assets don't work out. Yeah, there's subtraction. And again, the subtraction of Tony DeAngelo worked out for the New York Rangers this year because
Fox stocks to the roof, baby.
Yeah. Anthony.
I'll do beer. Mostly because Stepan didn't really work out after he left the Rangers, so they didn't really sound like they traded a guy that consistently put up a bunch of points in other cities. So I don't think that trade is going to bite the Rangers in the ass at all. Yeah, sure. Looking at it now, they don't have any really assets from that deal. But again, they got rid of Stepan at the right time. So beer for me.
Just to say one thing about that, yes, we could look at Derek Stepan after the deal, but the truth is you're just going to look at the assets you got back. It almost does not matter what happened. This is my opinion. It doesn't matter what the player you got rid of. It matters what the player the players you got back. All right, to the next one. Adam Fox's contract will exceed $10 million in the AAV, and I got to go to you, Anthony, to start you off on this one.
Well, it really depends upon the season that he has this year. Because let's just say he reverts a little bit. I don't think the Rangers are going to get him $10 million. If he replicates the season that he had this year, or even better, then yeah, I mean you could get a contract that's hovering around 10. You look at some of the other elite defensemen, what they make, the Drew Dowdys, the Hedmans of the world, even Roman Josi. Fox will look to his comparables, but again, if he steps back this year at all, I don't think we'll get $10 million because the Rangers are going to probably say, all right, you were fabulous last season. Let's see you do it for a longer period of time before we just give you $10 million. So it has to go either way right now. If he's just as good this year or even better, yes. But if he regresses a little bit, I don't think the Rangers are give him $10 million just because that would be tough to really swallow to give a guy $10 million after only one high prolific year. So I think they're going to want to wait to see what he does this year and then reassess at the end of the season.
Phil?
I wouldn't say it's just one high prolific year. He was their top pairing, their top defender last year too. If you look at the numbers, analytics wise, the analytics are almost as good last year as they were this year. So, and the eye test would even tell you that as well. But I'm going to say shot here because I think that they're going to try to get a deal done this offseason. I think they're going to try to get an extension done. I think they're going to try to go for 8 years, $8 million per 64 over 8 years. I think that's what they're going to look at. They're going to try to get him locked up. And I wouldn't be shocked if he took it to hometown discount. I really wouldn't, because remember, this is a guy who spurned 2 teams to come play here. He wants to be here, a part of this team. He wants to win with this team. I think he understands it. And I think if they give him enough of a pay up raise right now, if they do it, I think they could lock him in long-term at a steal of a price at $8 million. And you're right. He doesn't have the service time to really get $10 million. But if he were to have another Norris caliber or even another Norris winning year next year, who knows? So, but I'm going to say shot for now. I really think that they're going to try to get a deal done with him this offseason.
I'm going to start by saying what I like to do sometimes is with my roommates, I like to put my rent in an envelope way ahead of time around middle of the month. So that way I don't have to worry about getting to the last days to make sure my rent is in. That way I could also budget. That's why it helps me save. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is that's why the Rangers want this contract to happen this season. You know then what you have to spend on Zibanejad. You have to know what you spend on Lafreniere, Kakko, a lot of guys going forward. So that's why I'm going to say it's a shot that this is going to be over $10 million. He's going to take a home down discount, and he's also doesn't have the hammer because he doesn't have enough service time yet. All the things you guys have already said, but that's why the Rangers are going to press this. And Adam Fox is going to take a good deal because it's not going to be the $3 million Ryan Lindgren has.
I also think, if I'm correct, Adam Fox is not arbitration eligible. So he
You're right.
Have that working in his favor. If he had that, it might be another story. So that's another reason why I don't think it's exceeding 10.
Well, moving on to the next one. And I'm actually going to start it as well. But the 2021 Rangers should look at the 2012 Minnesota Wild as a warning. Now, the reason why this has come up is because we were talking about this earlier this week. It was the 9-year anniversary of the Minnesota Wild signing Zach Parise and I almost called him Gary Suter. That's his uncle, Ryan Suter. And first off, by the way, I'm buying everybody around on this. Always look to the past to make sure you don't repeat your mistakes. The Minnesota Wild at that time had the #1 farm system in the league. They have won how many playoff series since? Anybody? Have they won one? I don't think they have.
They upset Colorado in 2014, the first round.
Oh yeah, that's right. They upset Colorado after being down 0-2.
And then I think they won another. I think it's 2 actually. Now that I think about it, but I think they won one other, and that was it.
Nino Niederreiter, the game-winning goal. Thank you for reminding me. Like I said, Tampa Mayor, we all say stupid things, but you're dumber than mine. But I gotta go with I gotta go with buying everybody around on this. Take into precaution everything that you're doing. Evaluate your talent. Do your job. And yes, Justin, you're right about this. Regardless, 0 cups. So that's how you can mess up your future, by mismanaging your cap and not identifying the right players to keep. And next thing you know, you're in last place and doing it all over again, Buffalo. So, Filk.
I'm only going to say shot because I don't think this is the right team to be using. I think the team that you want to use is Toronto Maple Leafs. Toronto Maple Leafs are the team that the Rangers should be looking at and saying, hey, let's not get top heavy. Let's not abandon our focus on drafting in areas. Let's not ignore goaltending and defense. But the Rangers already have goaltending and defense out the wazoo. I mean, even if you look beyond in the organization, beyond Shesterkin and Georgiev, Dylan Garand was named Canada's World Junior Team, won a gold medal with them, even though he didn't play much for them. He's one of the best goaltenders in the WHL right now. I mean, you look at Tyler Wall, who was really good in the NCAA, Adam Huska. They've got pieces in the system that are good pieces. Olaf Lindbaum, if he could just stay healthy, could be a good piece for them too. The Rangers are really good with developing goaltenders. I don't know how they do it. Benoit Allaire aside, I should say. I don't know how they do it, but they do. And defense, they obviously have that figured out. Fox, Lindgren, Miller, Nils Lundqvist, Zachary Jones, Matthew Robinson, Braden Schneider. I mean, Tarmo Reunanen, they have pieces up and down. So Toronto couldn't figure out defense if it smacked them upside the head with a goalie helmet. I mean, so they've already kind of, figured out how to avoid that. Now it's just managing the cap. Now it's managing the cap and bringing in the right players. So I'm going to say shot to this. They should be avoiding, how not to. They should write a book on how not to be the Toronto Maple Leafs is what they should do.
By the way, check out my editorial about using the Toronto Maple Leafs as a cautionary tale. Anthony.
I'm going to go shot only because the Wild signed, obviously, Parise and Suter the same day on the 4th of July or whatever, the 5th. But there's not really, and I'm saying shot because there's not like 2 high-profile free agents right now that the Rangers could, sign both of them. That would be as big of a deal this offseason. So that comparison alone makes me say shot. But, the Rangers are, are a team that rebuilt. It went really fast. They got good prospects. There's no need for them to go out and, do something silly with a contract to players or a player that could put them in a bind going forward. So, but like John said, just don't be the Toronto Maple Leafs. Really, I mean that's a playbook there that no one should follow because they haven't won a playoff round in forever, and they have a too top heavy lineup with those 4 guys that are making so much money. As long as the Rangers don't do that, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly doing this because they had the number 1 farm system that year and everybody talked about how great they were going to be, and it never materialized. And it's not like they didn't have good coaching at different points. So we're going to move on. So maybe I was just a little bit thin on my question. Here's one that I've heard so many people say the last couple of days, but the Islanders would have beaten the Canadiens. Anthony, start with you.
This one hurts looking back on it because first off, I'm gonna say round, and I'm gonna really explain my thinking here. The Islanders were the first team to bring the Tampa Bay to have the Lightning face in an elimination scenario in 2 years. The Islanders pushed the Lightning to the limit. There's no question the Lightning are the better team, but the Islanders really hung in there. And I know we said it, and other people have heard it since, that series was a real Stanley Cup final. Look, aside from the outlier, which we all agree, that 8-2 game, that was an outlier. Look at the games that the Islanders lost, or even the games they won. They were 1-goal games. Game 2 they lost was 4-2, but still they lost 2-1, 1-0. So it was a really, really evenly matched series. And like I said, the Islanders almost took out a team that's going to win back-to-back cups. So when you look at it from the Islander versus Montreal perspective, yeah, the Islanders aren't better than Tampa, but it's close, and I think the Islanders would do in Montreal what Tampa's doing to them. Tampa has a really good defense. The Islanders have a really good defense. The Islanders don't have a good goalie as Vasilevsky, but Varlamov is, a very admirable goalie. And then the last part is, in rounds 1 and 2, Pelech and Pollock faced dynamic talents like Crosby. Then they faced arguably the best line in hockey, the perfection line. So, and this is not a slight on Montreal, but I mean they have a cakewalk compared to those two lines, Pittsburgh, Boston, Tampa Bay, with Montreal, Suzuki, Caulfield, Toffoli. Yeah, they're good players, but they're nowhere near the caliber players that Pelech and Pollock faced in rounds 1, 2, and 3. So that alone, the Islanders would have had a much easier time handing Montreal's forward. So it may not be 3-1, maybe it's 2-2, but I think the Islanders ultimately would have won the Stanley Cup if they had just gotten by Tampa Bay in that Game 7.
Filk?
Yeah, I'm eyeing around on this. Like I said, Montreal had a very, very easy time getting to the finals. I don't know what happened with Vegas. I think that well, I guess the mayor got her wish then. But I definitely think that the Islanders beaten the Canadiens. I think the Islanders would have beaten them in 5-6, somewhere in that range. And when you talk about how they don't have that star player or that great top line, you're definitely right about that. The one thing I'll give the Canadiens, though, is that they have better bottom six depth than the other two teams that they faced. I mean, I know Jeff Carter gave them problems. Montreal's bottom two lines could have given the Islanders problems. That's why I think it would have been a little bit of a longer series with the Islanders against the Canadiens as opposed to Tampa against the Canadiens. But I definitely think the Islanders would have beaten them, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind. So find everybody around on this.
I go down to a beer. The reason why is because Montreal's style might clash a little bit more with the Islanders. And yes, by the way, Rich, they did hit 2 or 3 posts, as Vilk said before. But I think the Montreal style would have clashed a little bit more with the Islanders, and the Islanders never pull away from teams. They just don't. So it would have been close. Carey Price then makes 1 extra save. I don't think Carey Price has a sub-9 save percentage in a series against the Islanders. So it's one of those things. It's also you have to play the game. Remember that. You always got to play the game. So we could sit here and do what if all we want, but no, I don't think that's healthy or good. Except the what if game, of course, of what if Tim Peel called interference in 2014 Game 2. So just painful memories. So I have them too, Islander fans.
I'm just thankful that we're getting away from NBC, so I don't have to hear about Alec Martinez every 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Then we can go to ESPN and have a whole other bag of issues. By the way, so pending the Lightning winning 1 more game in the series, the Lightning are a dynasty by modern definition, and I say that with an upwards because does 2 cups really make a dynasty, Filk?
No, I'm putting a shot on. I'm buying a shot on this. Because there's no real dynasty in today's day and age. I get it. You're not going to see the 4 in a row anymore. You probably might not even see 3 in a row ever again if you're lucky. I mean, if Edmonton knew how to build a team properly, they would be the team that I think would be able to pull it off with McJesus and Draisaitl. But no, there's no dynasty here yet. They would win 2 cups in back-to-back years. The Penguins won 2 cups, and then they won another in 2009 for 3 in a span of 10 years. They're not really considered a dynasty. Chicago wasn't considered a dynasty after their 3rd cup in 6 years, which is incredible. You haven't seen anything like that since the Oilers in 84 through 90 with their 5 and 7. So no, definitely a shot here.
Anthony.
Shot. Come talk to me after Tampa wins Cup again next year and they get 3 in a row. But right now, I'm going to say shot.
Well, wow, quick answer too, and the Islander fan bitter right there. But yeah, no, I gotta agree with you. I gotta agree with you guys. Shot for everybody. I still think the Blackhawks, you can call them a dynasty. At least that's 3 within 5 years, but still, it's just it's so hard with what to even have something that's called a dynasty. The another reason why, by the way, a dynasty is not back-to-back is because they're just back-to-back champions. That's it. And this would be the ultimate asterisk on a back-to-back champion of all time.
Well, that's another thing, though, you got to think about. They won it in 2 shortened seasons if they win.
Hence the asterisk.
Yeah, there's the asterisk. It's a 68 to 70 game season, depending on what team you were, and then a 56 game season. Listen, I'm not trying to discredit it, but I mean, these aren't full seasons. They're not. And it's a back-to-back. There have been 2 other teams in the last 30 years that have, 4 if you count Pittsburgh, because Pittsburgh technically within the last 30 years. So there's 4 teams. So I no dynasty here yet. Like Anthony said, come back after they've won a third, and then we can start really having this discussion.
Yeah, and just to make Anthony feel good about himself, what was the last team to win 3 Stanley Cups in a row?
The Islanders.
The New York Islanders, yes. I can actually hear his boner growing.
Half-mast.
Back to Jack Eichel talk, but not how you think. The Seth Jones trade will shift the power in the NHL more than the Jack Eichel trade. Anthony?
I gotta go shot here. Seth Jones is a great defenseman. No discredit to him. But for instance, if the Flyers get Seth Jones, let's just as an example, because they've been one of the teams as listed as the front runners, I don't necessarily think that's going to make Philly a powerhouse all of a sudden. Yeah, I'll make them better, but I don't think it really changes the landscape of the Metropolitan all that much. So for that reason alone, basically, I'm saying shot. We're not talking. Which, by the way, almost 5 in a row. The upstart Oilers didn't take them down, but again, it's not like we're talking about a trade of McDavid here that's going to rock the foundation, and whoever gets him is going to reap the benefits of having a generational talent. So, again, no discredit to Seth Jones, but shot.
Anthony. Sorry, Filk.
I was about to say.
He doesn't get 2 answers in a row, no.
I'm going shot here, too. And the reason for that is that although Seth Jones is an upper echelon defenseman, Seth Jones has not been Seth Jones of 2017 and 2018 these last 3 seasons, 19, 20, and 21. The analytics are down. I know I've shown you guys the analytics numbers in the comparison with him and Adam Fox, and those numbers looked awful. And for a reason, they are awful. They're bad. Considering that he plays with Zach Werenski, who's an analytics darling, if you look at his numbers. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a shot for me. The only thing I could say that would turn it into a beer for me is if he goes to a team like Colorado. Colorado gets Seth Jones, that could turn them into a real powerhouse, because that would be one of the pieces that they're missing. They need that top 4 defender, if you ask me. I mean, Gerard's good, Carr's good. I do like some of their other defenders, but they need another legitimate top 4 defender, and Seth Jones would fit the bill there. So, but I'm saying shot for now. If he goes to Colorado and Colorado ends up winning a cup, then we can revisit this discussion and we can all talk about how wrong we were. But shot for now.
By the way, welcome back, Ziga, who was talking about Kivlenieks, and he had a great game against us. Yeah, it's sad to see. And by the way, yes, I forgot about Roger Nielsen's Maple Leafs and the 79. Well, the 79 Rangers, obviously, I knew about, and then lost to the Oilers in 5 in '84. But going back to this, I'm going to say I'm going to go with beer only because Seth Jones is probably going to go to a winning team. And Jack Eichel might go to a non-playoff team. Every team that's supposedly involved looking for him, is a non-playoff team. I mean, somehow the Flyers are in on both. I have no idea how the hell they're doing that, but and it's just that simple for me. And it could shift the balance of power plays. Let's say if that's what actually puts Colorado over the top. So we're gonna move on from there. And here's one that's actually I put on here that I still shake my head about. Teams should not be able to ask away team fans to cover their jerseys. And I'm going to say buy everybody around on this one because basically that's censorship. I mean, you can understand if you want to say dress code. But Tampa Bay started doing this, I believe, in 2015. I know they were asking Montreal fans of doing that. I heard from somebody last night that Montreal was asking Tampa fans to do that, but I'm not sure about that one. But it's just, no, absolutely not. The fans on there, if the fan's wearing his jersey, paid his price of admission, he has to go. It's just that simple. Fix everybody in your area and get more fans. Because, I dealt with that a little bit when I was being a Met fan at the Subway Series in 2000, hearing Shea Stadium rock with Yankee fans because all their Yankee fan tickets got sold to them. Filk.
They should go back to it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. They should not be able to ask away team fans to cover their jerseys.
Yeah, I'm buying around on this. There's, like you said, it's censorship. It's censorship. It's a joke. It's nonsense. It's BS. I never liked when Tampa was doing it. I don't like it at all when any team does it. If you pay for a ticket, that's it. What you wear is what you wear, unless it's offensive, has hate speech on it. At that point. But no, if it's just a jersey, then no, there's no way in hell that you should be allowed to do that, and it needs to stop. So that's all I've got to say.
Anthony,
I agree with Oak. You should be able to, no matter what your team is a fan of, visiting fan going into a building, you should be able to wear your team's jersey colors with no problem. With no one say. Obviously, it's one thing for the fans to. Heckle you, whatever. But as far as the team and the arena, they shouldn't be able to do anything to you. You should be able to wear it, root for your team, end the story. There's no need to do otherwise.
There is one clause also in there. If you're wearing an Islanders jersey with John Tavares on there, you need to take that off as well.
Yeah.
All right.
That's true.
One last thing with that. Just don't be that guy who to a game with another team's jersey that's not playing. It's just a bad look. It looks stupid.
It is kind of, yeah. There's one other thing. Don't be the guy to bring a jersey of your team with a player that's not on your team on the jersey. What I mean by that is I can't believe I still saw this jersey. It was a New York Rangers Phil Kessel jersey.
Wait,
still
what?
confused the hell out of me. Yeah, somebody had it at the home opener in 2014. That me and Blueshirt Nation's Scott Meltzer noticed that. He actually pointed it out to me. We're on the bridge level looking down, and it's just like, is that a Phil Kessel jersey? But that's one of those things I should. Oh wait, Sean. By the way, welcome back, Sean. You should have to wear your favorite team's jersey to the Flyers arena to prove your fandom. Yes. Ugh.
Those guys are brutal.
Getting my face for wearing my team's jersey there. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Ziga says, I miss Shea. I used to always go to the Pepsi bleachers on Wednesdays with my boys during high school. Perfect to heckle the bullpen. Billy Wagner gave me a pinch of his Copenhagen.
Chewing tobacco.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
When he was
Yeah.
Phil. Well, see, by the way, that's awesome. That's when he was a Philly. That's not even when he was a Met, which was right after that.
Mark, what was Ziga's other comment before? There was another comment from him.
The prices dropped on Eichel. I've heard a proven player, a top prospect, the number one. I'm still hearing that Anaheim is saying the price is too steep. That they want both Drysdale and Ziga. Ziga, you got me. Zegras, Drysdale, a number one, and just there's going to be a lot. So Anyway, what do you think about Adam Fox's next contract? Should the Rangers look to the past to avoid mistakes in the future? Wait, where was I? Oh, the Tony DeAngelo deal. Does that mean they wasted the Derek Stepan years of the Lightning dynasty? Would the Islanders have beaten the Canadiens? Put them all down in the comments below. And you guys are doing a great job already with the comments on the live stream. Keep it going. All right. We are going to do some honest press conferences.
Connor, just can you give me your sense of kind of where the group is at?
Once again, my teammates come up short.
Welcome to the honest press conferences, where we're going to take on the roles of the athletes and say what they really wanted to say. Athletes, executives. Hell, we had Stephen Walcom admit that the rest have no idea what they're doing. So check out some of our past ones before we move too far. Oh yeah, I will. And yeah, poor Connor. You could just tell in the look on his face. And Filk nails that line so perfectly. That's why it is our opener all the time. But first things first, we got to go to pending free agent from the New York Islanders, Mr. Anthony LaRocco, is Casey Cizikas.
So as you all know, my contract is up. I'm set to be an unrestricted free agent on July 28th. The Islanders are the only team I've known. I've made a name for myself on that team. I was part of, still am one of the best fourth lines in hockey with Matty Marc and my boy Clutter. We've had a lot of success over the years. I saw Matt Martin leave, but he came back, and we were intact again. And it's been a hell of a ride playing with those guys. I love playing at Collie. I'm looking forward to Belmont next season. I know there's a lot of speculation on whether or not the Islanders can keep me. My contract that was just up, I was making, $3.35 million. I know in this cap world, a lot of teams are tight under the cap. I'm not sure exactly what the landscape is going to be. I'll see with my agent on the 28th what type of phone calls we get. But I do want to come back to the Islanders. My heart's there. I grew up there, had my family there, my birth of my kids. I love living on Long Island. And I saw what happened to Matt Martin. He left, kind of chased some money in Toronto. Didn't work out. They didn't give him the same role. And, he came back to the island where it's his home. And, now he's going to be there probably the rest of his career. So, I do understand it's a business. I do want to return to the island. But if for whatever reason, Lou Lamoriello can't give me what I think is an acceptable number, I'm going to have to talk to some teams come the 28th. But my heart remains on the island, and I hope that's where I could stay.
Casey, if it comes down to it, are you going to take the money, or are you going to sit back and think about it and come back to the island? Because this team without you looks completely different, to be honest. I know that this might be your last chance at a nice payday. You're getting up there in age. Your next contract might not give you nearly as much. So, which is it going to be, the money or the loyalty?
Well, as much as I would love to make, $5 million a year, that's not going to happen. I might not even get any offers for $4 million a year in this landscape. So, I would say if my agent and Lou can,
Wow.
We just lost
Was
Anthony.
it something you said to Casey Cizikas?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I might have triggered him.
Oh, jeez. That's just terrible. I didn't even get a chance to ask my question. He'll be back in 1 second. That's why we're also not freaking out.
Well, everybody, Casey has decided to skip out on his press conference. He's pulling it.
Casey, you walked out on us. What happened? Did we trigger
sorry.
you?
No, I just lost my connection there. It just simply went out.
Coliseum Wi-Fi.
To answer John's question, what I was saying, if my agent and Lou Lamoriello can land on a number to where I was making the same I am right now, or even just going down to $3 million flat, I would stay with the Islanders in that situation. If they can't give me at least $3, and we're talking, 2.5 or 2 3/4 or even less than that, then unfortunately I might have to say goodbye. But as long as the number's reasonable, I'll look to make it work on the island before I choose to go elsewhere.
You know what? Before I ask my question, Martin's father-in-law, Mr. Sison, can show you around the big city. Shit, he can. You can stay where you are on the island, and even come to the Blue Shirts. I'm sure Boomer will let you FaceTime old Matty Martin. So, what do you think? So, I guess answering Sean's question right there. What do you think about coming to the Rangers?
Oh man, I've been an Islander for so long. That rivalry is greatest sports in my opinion. Those games are really always high intensity, and that would be tough. Something I have to talk about with my wife and my family if it came to shove where I knew I wasn't going to return to the island. Then that's the conversation I would have. I know the Islander fans would probably go from loving me to booing me. I know that's for sure. But as of right now, my priority is trying to make it work with the island. And if that can't happen, then like I said, I'm gonna really start looking into what the other offers are.
So I guess to my question then, which is Casey, for the majority of the last 8 years, you've played on what the Islander fans call the identity line with Matty Martin and Cal Clutterbuck. Do you have any apprehension about leaving, or is that something that's making it still more attractive to stay, knowing that you know what your role is, know what your line mates are, know who your fans are, and you know everything about the New York Islanders?
Yeah, Barry puts a lot of trust in us. He plays us in all situations. We all play the same style of hockey. We all know what our job is out there. We all like scoring goals, but at the end of the day, our job is to create energy, crash, bang, and prevent the other team's top lines from scoring. So, but yeah, Casey, Cal, and Matty Marks are two of my best friends, aside from being my line mates. Leaving them, it would be really difficult. It's not really leaving teammates. It's more so leaving your family, and that would be really tough. Like I said, I hope it doesn't come to that, but I am prepared to go into the mindset of having to move on if we and my agent and the Islanders really can't make it work. But a lot of it's emotional, like you said. For the last 8 years, I've been playing here, essentially with the same line mates. So it would be really hard to leave. So we'll have to see how the next couple of weeks goes in the conversations, but. I'm hoping to stay with the Islanders, and if not, I loved my time there. It'll always be my home, and then I'll look forward to my next opportunity.
Leaving your family, no one's asking you to pull a Brodeur. Ouch. All right, Casey, thank you. Casey, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. No problem. Let's go.
All right. Oh, that was Casey Zizekas joining us. And again, so Anthony, I'm going to ask you a question. He resigns with the Islanders, right?
I'm honestly on the fence. Like I said, what I said is partially true. I do think he might have that belief if the Islanders can at least come close to the number that he was making this past season. Being that he's really what it means to be an Islander, along with Matty Martz, that I think he would look to stay. But if the Islanders can at least touch that $3 million number, which alone would be a pay cut, then I think he's out. But I think if the Islanders can reach that $3 million threshold, he might take a discount to stay. Because again, I really don't see a team giving him $4 million a year. So if the Islanders can stay close to that number that he was making, or like I said, even just at $3 million, I think there's a possibility. But honestly, it's really a coin flip to me right now. I think it could go either way.
And by the way, Rich, I believe that Keandre Miller is actually going to develop very well. So hopefully, I
don't know
we'll
if
prove you wrong.
Or if he's saying Keandre Miller to go play on the Islanders' fourth line. I really don't know what that means. I'm kind of confused.
We'll get on that one in a minute. But you know who has to answer that question about Keandre Miller? Well, not necessarily that question in the future. He does. Not right now. We have our own Mr. John Falkowski as Chris Drury.
Well, this has been an interesting season, obviously, between the Tony DeAngelo incident, everything that happened back then, the constant rumblings about David Quinn from fans, and then myself taking over for Jeff Gorton, who I learned a lot from, and John Davidson's firing as well. This has been a up and down season for us as an organization and for our fans, and I'd like to apologize to the fans for really what was kind of a step back season after the big step forward we took last year after we signed Artemi Panarin, traded for Jacob Trouba, and the developments of Adam Fox, Ryan Lindgren, and Igor Shesterkin happened in the 2019-20 season. So we definitely want to take a step forward next season, but there are a lot of things that I have to address going into this offseason. Obviously, everybody's talking about Jack Eichel right now. I can't give you too much about that, but we would like to have him in one way or another if the price is right. It doesn't seem like Kevin really wants to have reasonable discussions. Doesn't want to give anybody medical records unless we get serious with them. But Kevin, if you're out there listening, you kind of have to let us take a look into that before we trade for a player. We're not going to do that and take on a $10 million AAV if you're not going to let us take a look at what's going on with him and whether he's having that surgery or not. Because if he does, he might miss the start of the season. So, Kevin, phones are open. Call me if you want to have some serious talks and you want to let us take a look at those medical records, because I'm not going to start giving you prospects without being able to see what's going on with his neck. You're crazy if you think I am. And, there's other things that we got to address too. The bottom six. We got smacked around by Carolina. We need to start, bringing in some grit and some toughness, some skill, some depth. I'm happy about the prospects. Happy that we have Lafreniere. Happy about, Capo Caco, obviously. Keandre Miller was a godsend, made the all-rookie team. Then there's some Norris winner that we got. I believe he's the first since Brian Leach to win it. Adam Fox, you might know him, Jericho, Long Island's own. He had a really good year. I can say that I helped out with that. I helped get him here. And, Jeff left me a lot of good things to work with, but Jeff also kind of screwed the pooch on some things. You're looking at Ryan McDonough right now. He kind of screwed the pooch on that. JT Miller's gone. JT Miller could have helped this team out. I don't like that Jeff. Okay, let's see. We got a question here from a Mr. Statler. Could Quinn coaching in the Little League World Series, and have I deleted his contact info from his phone? If Trumbull, Connecticut Little League needs a coach, I think if they play with some good intentions and some pace, then yeah, David would be right for them. As for his contact info now, me and Quinn are boys. We've been boys for a while. I'm not going to delete her, but he just wasn't right for the job anymore, and he needed to go. But I got myself an upgrade in Gallant, and I'm very happy with that because the Miracle Man took Las Vegas from being a team that nobody thought was going to even come close to playoffs to a Stanley Cup finalist in their very first year. So the Miracle Man's here. Some jam and some grit, yeah. Intentions, pace. We'll go a little further back and we'll talk about some AV, some good looks. I mean, that's fine. If you don't see Keandre Miller developing into a quote-unquote tough guy, I mean, I don't need Keandre Miller to be a tough guy. I need Keandre Miller to use his strength and his size when he has to use his strength and his size. We drafted Keandre because we saw a rare blend of size, speed, and skill from a player who had just started playing defense only 2 years before we had drafted him. Yeah, that's right. 2 years. He was a forward before that. So, yeah, there's a pretty high ceiling with Keandre. So whether he's tough or not, that's why we drafted Braden Schneider. You want to see tough? That kid's tough. But, yeah, I'll take some questions from whoever, as long as it has nothing to do with anything of the like of Jack Eichel's medical records.
Here's one from Ziga. Is the playoffs a mandate from this year from Dolan? Yes or no?
There's a bear shit in the woods.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Yeah, there's bear shit in the woods.
And you know what? We'll do one more from Sean, which is what's a percentage of trading for Jack Eichel, and which of the current players are off limits in a trade?
So the percentage of trading for Eichel right now is probably 50-50, I would say, if you want me to be honest with you. The players that are off limits, I mean, think about it. I'm not trading Adam Fox unless he's giving me Jack Eichel and Rasmus Dahlin. So that ain't happening. Kevin Adams wants the world for Jack Eichel. Listen, he's not 1992 Eric Lindros, buddy. Make up your mind and make a deal. Let's talk realistic, buddy. Come to Papa. And the other players that are off limits, Alexis Lafreniere is going nowhere. We're not trading a first overall pick. I'd probably lose my job if I did that. Capo Caco is going nowhere. Keandre Miller is going nowhere. Igor Shesterkin is probably not going anywhere, as we've said. So, yeah, you want to talk our other prospects, I'm open to talking. You want to talk players like, a Strome or a Buchnevich, I can do that. Philip Hedl could be on the table. We've got pieces. I challenge you or anyone else to find another team that has the cap space, the pieces, the availability, and the want and need to make a deal. So there's your answer there. What other questions?
Rocco.
So, Chris, you've had quite a run with the Rangers in your history leading up to you being appointed general manager. First, it started 2007. You broke a lot of Ranger fans' hearts when you scored that goal with 7.7 seconds left. And then you became a Ranger. Didn't quite work out. I know some people called you Captain Wallpaper, and you were eventually bought out. And then your playing days were over, and you joined the Rangers organization. So, looking back on everything that's happened in the past, from scoring that big goal against the Rangers to playing for them, for people calling you Captain Wallpaper, to now being the general manager of this team, what are your thoughts on how you progressed in the last 10 years or so plus as a person?
I was actually waiting for you to actually answer the question instead of mocking me for another minute or two that you were thinking about mocking me for. So the Captain Wallpaper stuff. I don't know how anyone can fill the shoes of someone like Marc Messier. I ended up having to take the captaincy from Jaromir Jagr, who happened to take the captaincy from Messier. So, yeah, big shoes to fill. Never going to happen. In terms of my progression from, I guess, being a player to a GM and an executive is the question that you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I learned from a pretty good general manager. He made his fair share of, good moves and some bad moves as well, just as everybody does. He was nowhere near Peter Chiarelli, which is a good thing. But he learned from Glenn Sather, and I learned from him. And I think that my progression's come along very well. I was actually hot commodity before the Rangers terminated my predecessor and the president, because I had Pittsburgh coming at me with a big money offer. I was getting ready to make somewhere between $2 and $3 million a year as a GM of their team, and they wanted me. So I would say the Rangers made the right move. I didn't want to really leave to go to Pittsburgh. I wanted to stay close to home. I live in Connecticut. It's a very short ride for me to get to the Garden from where I am. And I love being in this area. I really do. I've had I've been a part of this organization now for 14 years, going on 15 years. So I love being where I am, and I'm doing a pretty good job of it, I'd say. To answer this other question with the Gallant press conference, no, it's not really a bad day. I'm not a guy that really wears my emotions on my sleeve, as you can tell, as other people have referenced me as Captain Wallpaper or Captain Park. I'm just not a very a very happy-go-lucky, high or low type guy. Even when I score my key playoff goals, not much of a celebration from me, depending on the moment. It's just what it is. I mean, I don't know what to tell you if you're expecting me to jump up and down like Alexander Ovechkin into the glass when he scores a goal. I mean, it's not.
I do have to ask you, Chris, about that press conference, though. Did they not give a budget at all, and you had to use high school students in that press conference? Gerard Gallant looked like he was a Force ghost from Star Wars, and they kept coming back to you, and you clearly were just you didn't have anything to say at the moment. It's okay. You can let the boss know you could have given us any budget to do anything.
Well, Jim is Jim. I'm not going to get into Jim. I've dealt with Jim for a while. I don't know about spaceships or rocket ships or anything like that. You might want to ask NASA about that type of stuff. It's not really my field of expertise. But you want to talk about Jim? Jim is Jim. I mean, the production, I don't know. Don't really care about that. All I care about is just talking to the media and getting these things out of the way, because some of the questions you guys ask are just so damn stupid. Like, I feel like my time is being wasted sometimes. That's why I'm the way I am. You want to stop
Chris,
asking stupid questions, and you'll stop getting that type of response.
Chris, I do have one last question before you go, honestly. Because
I also have one too.
The talks with Eichel and Buffalo. I just wonder, what are your thoughts? I know you're not involved in that organization, but you spent a lot of time with the Sabres. You guys had a really good team in 2006. In 2007, you were the number 1 seed. You guys were like the version of the Rams, like the greatest show on turf. You guys scored a lot of goals. You were fun to watch. I believe you were the captain of some of those Buffalo teams. So you spent a lot of time there, so it's natural. But do you feel, for the fans, do you feel bad for the fans, what they're going through with how bad Buffalo has been over the years? For a guy that played for the team that was once such a good team, are you at all, sad to just see the state that Buffalo is in right now from when you compare it to when you were there?
Yeah, it's a mockery. The current team, and no disrespect to the players, because it's not their fault, but the current team is a mockery, and it starts up top with ownership. I don't know if Terry or Kim is running that team right now, but whoever it is just awful. I mean, you have a bonehead of a general manager right now that doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's trying to ask for the world for a player that wants out, has a major injury, and has an impending no movement clause that kicks in less than a year. Or we'll just say a year for argument's sake, whatever. But that team is just so poorly ran. The organization is a tire fire. They just finally invested in analytics. I believe it was yesterday. They hired a couple of people reputable in the analytics community amongst backstage executives with NHL teams. So yeah, they need to get with the times. Whoever is really running the show back there really needs to get all their pieces in order, because it's a joke. It's become a joke. We were a real good team for 2 years there. Gary Bettman was real high on us. He wanted us to be the model franchise. Me, Danny, Jay Pominville. I mean, we had Ryan Miller in net. We were a good team. We could have won a cup one of those 2 years, and we fell short. Part of that's on my shoulders. I know I scored that game-tying goal against the Rangers, and then Max had the winner in overtime. But this team is a long, long way, even from that 2011 team that ended up making the semifinals and lost to, I believe, Tampa Bay. And then Tampa Bay lost to Boston, I think, in the Eastern Conference Finals that year. So far cry, sad. And I feel bad for the fans, but again, it starts at the top, and that's why this Rangers team is in good hands. Because even though Jim is not really a hockey mind, he lets me do my job. I take care of everything from there, and I don't have to worry about it.
One last question before we get you out. You said one of your priorities this offseason is to make sure the Rangers have a captain. Do you have a captain in mind, and can you name who you're thinking of?
I can't name who I'm thinking of right now, but we do have players in mind. I can tell you that. I might not be a player that you think. Might be a little someone who wouldn't exactly, you would think, fit the bill for a captain. Not exactly the conventional pick that you're looking at, but we do have a couple of guys in mind, and a couple of guys to the A's as well. So you'll see eventually. And Jim is a musical genius. Yeah, he's no Bernie Williams though.
Well, again, wait. You know what? I got to ask you on this one. These guys are coming up with better questions than Larry Brooks. Are you interested in Jamie Alexiak?
Jamie would be a good fit. It depends on, again, the years and the price. I mean, Jamie. I'm sorry, I can't let you know who it is. I'm not gonna budge on that one. You can guess all you want. You're not getting the information there. We're tight-lipped on that one. But Jamie Alexiak would actually be a great fit for just about any team. He's 6'7". He's 235 pounds. His skating is improved big time. His defensive game is improved. He's a big, nasty guy who can clear the crease, throws weight around. He would actually fit. But we might look to promote from within. Maybe Braden Schneider impresses us in training camp, or Nils Lundqvist comes up. Maybe Zachary Jones. Listen, that name, that Howden name, we don't talk about that name. Probably don't. Right? We won't talk about Howden. David had a love affair with him. That's part of why I had to let David go, because Brett's just – I like Brett. Good guy. Plays with good intentions, as David would like to say. But we're moving on from David and everything that David was super high on. So, all
right. Well, Chris, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right. And to one of the pressers that we've been waiting for this entire season, my guy is Gary Bettman. All right. Look, I know a lot of people have opinions about my job and what I've been doing, but I'll tell you one thing. I know I get booed whenever I go into a Tim Hortons, never mind an NHL arena, and I'm doing the best job out of every single commissioner that's out there. Who do you think's doing better than me? Adam Silver? He's letting the players run the league. Or what about Roger Goodell? He's got a press conference every other week to explain what idiocy he's doing. And don't get me started on let's completely change the game, Rob Manfred. So at least with me, our game's expanding. It's moving to Seattle this offseason. We have shown the success we've had since we put Vegas in the league 4 years ago. And this game is growing. We don't have many headlines. A couple of them I really wish I don't have to talk about at all. But, you know, I'm about to hand out the Stanley Cup to a Florida team again, and possibly in Florida for the second time. Maybe that'll give the Panthers a little bit more of a market, since they're coming back and they're looking good as well. But everybody always wants to rag on me and be like, oh, this Gary Bettman is terrible. I mean, they made that movie Good Cop, Bond Cop about me, where they had a character who was named Buttman, and he was about like 3 feet tall, walking around, taking away the Canadians' game. But you know what? I've expanded it, and I've made everyone in this league, including the players, super rich. So how am I doing bad? I mean, I know I'm about to hear it because I got some tough critics and some comments waiting for me. But you know what? I will always answer questions, even if I don't answer them with a satisfactory answer. I just don't know. So let's go ahead, guys. What questions you got for me?
Well, Gary, you got to go with the elephant in the room. What's the latest on the Chicago situation, and how do you plan on handling that?
I would really rather have a root canal on every one of my teeth without Novocaine than answer a question about the the Chicago situation. That is that's a nightmare, to say the least. Me and Bill Daly, we were trying to figure out a way to say no comment, but we can't say no comment enough, so we're a little bit nervous about that. I think if you ask me to do this, give you a straight answer on this, it's a situation that I can't help but roll my eyes and go, God, they couldn't have just done the right thing to begin with, and then I don't have to answer this question. But I was really hoping this would not be the case. But there's a different question. I can misdirect because that's what I do best. Not to get political, but was the rumor true you're in the talks with Chaz or the Chop Autonomous Zone for the new franchise for Seattle? Actually, they called me. They called me about that, and I asked them how much they were going to pay for the franchise. They said nothing, and I said you have to go higher than that. So, that other situation, that's good. Oh, what are we talking about? The weather? The weather's good. All right. Mr. Larago's got a question that I hope has nothing that rhymes with Ago.
Yes, Gary. So obviously there was the Golden Knights that came to the league, and now Seattle's going to start playing come October for next season. The fan base in Quebec has been clamoring to get their team back. I know they were really pissed when Vegas got a team over them, and then furious when Seattle got a team over them. So why haven't you given them a team back yet? And do you see the NHL going back to Quebec at some point?
Can we talk about Chicago again? I would have to say that one reason why is because there were markets that we wanted to expand. We didn't want to throw another Eastern Conference team in there. And granted, that rivalry with Montreal would be good. It was good back in 1993. It wasn't so good in 1995 when they traded their franchise-winning goaltender to that relocated Quebec franchise. But it really helped us out because we just got the Colorado market going. But we really had to identify Seattle as a market, so that way there's a natural rivalry. See, I could say rivalry with Vancouver, and that way it really expands the game out right over there. And I think that it'll work out. I mean, we will return to Quebec when we can, possibly for a 34th team. I don't know who Team 33 is, but I'm sure I'm going to pass on another chance to go back to Quebec. Maybe a second Toronto team. We've been talking about that for a while. But don't worry. There's always teams that sometimes, though there has been a team that relocated in a while in any sport. Oh no, not this question. But hopefully, we can get there with Quebec in years. So why wasn't Tom Wilson suspended for what he did to Panarin? Can I talk about Chicago again? I talked to George Parros, and as he is the Department of Player Safety, and he said, "What's safety?" And I go, "No, you're still pronouncing it wrong. It's player safety." But George had felt that was that is a question for him. But of course, whenever nobody does their job in this league, I'm the one that's got to answer the question. So I really felt like that could have been a suspendable offense, but we also thought, the Capitals are in the playoffs. They're a big franchise. Alexander Ovechkin's a pending free agent. We wanted to give them a chance to go out on and sail off into the sunset together. The Bruins had other ideas about that, but that's a different story. When Seattle told you their team name was going to be the Kraken, did you immediately regret dealing with this ownership? I thought it was going to do something with planes, as Boeing is there. The junior team over there is called the Aces. I actually like the name the Kraken a little bit, but and a matter of fact, they sold me with their marketing, so that was kind of good. I'm glad I don't have to talk about Chicago right now, and it's that the Kraken are going to be an impact franchise in this league, possibly as quickly as Las Vegas was. So that is my bold statement. And although truth be told, I'm making a lot of eye contact with the camera, which I don't usually do that. I'm interested in seeing what they're going to be, and Ron Francis is going to build a good team very quickly for them.
Gary, what about possibly going back to Hartford?
No. No, we don't need to revisit the highlight of their organization, which was Chris Osgood scoring a goal in the mall. We need bigger franchises. That's what this league needs. And if it's not worth $1 billion or potentially $1 billion, then I say thanks $1 million. That doesn't really rhyme. I need to come up with something better. I was on vacation last week. It just had, oh, no. Still don't want to do that one. Will you be comfortable with the Kraken fans being named crackheads and over to be called the Crack House? We thought about that, and we figured it fits Seattle well. So, and why did you let Leach go? He was too close to his old regime, especially Quinn.
I think that was supposed to be a question for Mr.
For Chris Drury, yeah.
I'll
good.
Step back in and answer that one because Gary doesn't want to talk about Chicago or anything related to Hartford. We let Leach go because Leach was a part of a previous regime and he was connected to those guys. So he just had to set to go. We had to go with somebody different. So brought in Mike Greer, spice things up, add a little diversity to the organization, and a newer and fresher face, if you will.
Well, and I can say for myself that this league has got at least $2 billion franchises, and it's only going to get better, and we're only going to grow. So when I hand out the Stanley Cup on Wednesday night, go ahead and boo me, Florida. I'm the reason why you got 2 Stanley Cups, or 3, I should say. It's 2 right now, as it'll be 3 on Wednesday. Any other questions?
Gary, you suck.
I keep on sucking.
Finally, we're back to Anthony saying that a guest sucks. Anthony has said everyone that I played sucks except for Cole Caulfield, which was last week. All right. That was our press conferences. That's where we say with all the athletes and executives. Really want to say the Phil, by the way, Hartford, best one.
The comment Ziga made before, just wanted to say we do these things because we wanted to kind of like give a different spin on it and have fun with these things because like you said, a lot of these pressers are so boring. You can just tell it's like filibuster material. It's very type, just pre-recited garbage that's given to them by PR reps and stuff beforehand. So we want to have fun with it. We want to give kind of a different spin on things. Think of another. Is there another podcast out there that does things like this? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything out there that does something like this. So you know what? Want to have fun with it, and we're glad that you guys like them. So we're going to keep churning them out.
Well, also, I do have to say this. One reason why hockey players are so team speak and so bland and vanilla is because they spend so much of their young lives representing an organization from almost day one. Like they're playing juniors. They're already doing dress codes, stuff like that. And that's one reason why it's drilled into them to be vanilla. And the real inspiration for this, and I started texting the guys, I'm like, this is a great idea for this, was when could you get into Connor McDavid's mind? And when they're down 3-0 and it's just that poor guy, you can't help but go, I just don't believe it. But of course, what do you think about what Gary Bettman said about the league, as long as you're not asking him about Chicago? Also, What about what Chris Drury's moves are going to be? And should Casey Zizekas take the money and run? Put it all in the comments below. All right. Who wants to do? Oh, wait, we got one more comment. Let's say that you say the word obviously to start every sentence. Whoever was so obvious, then why do you have pressers? If you haven't picked it up yet, just wait for the next player interview. And yes, it is always like an obvious thing. Anthony, you want to go first again?
Sure.
Okay.
Actually, have Phil. I guess Phil go first because I was still debating on two different things.
Okay, Phil, you got yours?
Yeah, I got mine.
All right.
You're going nowhere.
Then there's no. I'm looking at you, Jim.
I'm gonna hear the name and I'm gonna get PTSD.
But the cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah.
You know, it's pretty funny we talk about the cream rising to the top from the late great Macho Man Randy Savage. The cream did rise to the top this year, and it's Adam Fox. Adam Fox was shunned by some voters out of the Calder voting last year. He finished 4th place in votes. Should have at least been a finalist, if not a winner. I understand why people voted for Cale Makar, but Adam Fox won the Norris Trophy. And Fox for Norris turns into hashtag Fox won Norris. And obviously, you know, Chris Drury's got, you know, things to look into with possibly trying to get him signed to a new deal this offseason. I think he will. But Adam Fox winning the Norris is huge, becomes the 4th defender in Rangers history to win it. The other 3 being Doug Harvey, Harry Howell, and Brian Leetch. And he just carries on a line of tradition. And Adam Fox really has the potential to be a Hall of Fame defender. He's one of 3 defenders to win the Norris before the age of at 23 years or younger. He's the only other defender to win the Norris Trophy on a ELC contract in the salary cap era. Erik Karlsson, who was also one of the other 2 defenders to win it before age 23 or younger. The other obviously being the great Bobby Orr, many considered the best ever. And another stat that a lot of people didn't know about is Adam Fox is the only defender in the history of the NHL to win the Norris Trophy on a non-playoff team. Sure, it's a shortened season, but there's never been a non-playoff team defender to win the Norris Trophy. Just think about that. So what Adam Fox did, I know, again, shortened season, but it's truly special. The Rangers have a guy that wanted to be here, clearly wanted to be here. They went out and they traded for him a year earlier. They could have gotten him this previous offseason, the 2020 offseason. They could have gotten him for free. Probably would have signed as a free agent with them. But Jeff Gorton, in one of his good moves, went and gave up 2 second-round picks in Carolina, which ended up being Noel Goodler and Jamison Rees. Good prospects, not great, good, solid prospects. And I don't think either of them will have the impact that Adam Fox is having already at this point. And again, 23 years old, 2 years into his career, he has more than enough time to win more Norris trophies, because to me, this is the greatest crop of defensemen we've seen since the 80s into 90s crop that had Bork, Chelios, Coffey, Housley, Leach, Suter, McInnes, Blake, that group that went from the 80s into the 90s. That was probably the greatest crop of defenders ever. So to me, this is the greatest crop since then. We have a golden age of defenders. Adam Fox is right near the top of that. Right now, he's the king of the mountain. He's the guy at the top, and everybody else has to look to knock him off right now. Incredible season. Couldn't be happier for him. He did a lot of things. He's in some rare air right now. And looking forward, he has a great career ahead of him. Hopefully he takes a nice hometown discount, which I think he will, and he stays a Ranger. But the Rangers have a ton of other pieces in the system that can come out and help support him. And Ryan Lindgren, you know what? Great partner for him. And he could be his partner for a very long time, kind of like how Jeff Bugaboom was to Brian Leetch. So, the award ceremony, Brian Leetch presenting the trophy was sort of like a proverbial passing of the torch. It was great to see. I know a lot of Ranger fans got excited. And I think if you were a Ranger fan and you were watching that, you kind of knew Adam Fox was the winner at that point because they wouldn't have brought on Brian Leetch for that. So the Rangers are in great hands. It's just one of those times where everything lined up right for the Rangers because, obviously in the past, you could talk about Alexei Sharapov, how he fell to them, and everybody thought that was going to be just a great pick, and he was going to turn out to be a superstar. And he had the world ahead of him, and then his untimely passing. And you know what? Now this is one of those things where it lined up. It's lined up perfectly, and it's gone even better than anyone could have expected. So congrats to Adam Fox, Long Island's own, and I couldn't be happier for the kid.
I've talked about this on when Adam Fox won the Norris Trophy with you, that yes, he's one town over in Jericho. I actually, after high school, I was working for a newspaper around here, and I used to cover the Jericho ice hockey team, Jericho basketball. But a friend of mine who I play on my hockey team with, my friend Chris Rupp, looked at me and said, "There's this kid, Adam Fox, that's now on the Rangers. He basically single-handedly won Jericho a championship back when he was there. And he has been, if it's possible to even say, better than advertised. I loved his game last year. And I thought he should have gotten more recognition for the Calder Trophy. But, credit Kel McCarr. He's doing it well, too. And I have a feeling that Kel McCarr played a full season. Fox wouldn't have won because I don't want to use the term an anti-American bias, but there's definitely a Canadian bias, especially if they had a good career at Canadian juniors. Looking at you, Carey Price, that you're going to hear about them for the rest of their career. So, Adam Fox, great. He is a great foundation for this team. He has got the perfect defense pairing partner with Ryan Lindgren. Now it's just a matter of filling in the rest of the blanks. And God help the league when the Rangers do that. Because if you bring in Nils Lundqvist and he's as good as Adam Fox or as good as we've been advertising, and then you get the right defense partner for him, not a Libor Hayek or somebody like that, then that team is going to tear it up. So if there's that much chemistry with the next guy, that's it. Anthony, any thoughts on Adam Fox?
My first thought was the Rangers really got lucky with this guy. He played his way out of Carolina. The Rangers took advantage of it, and it's funny because it almost reminds me of I don't remember what year it was, but it was a long time ago. Tim Erickson didn't want to play for Calgary. He wanted to play for the Rangers, and the Rangers traded for him. And I know a lot of Ranger fans were happy. They were hyping Erickson, and Erickson flopped. He ended up not being a very good player. This time around, it totally spun in the other direction. Adam Fox has proved to be the goods. And good for the Rangers to have a guy like him want to come play for your team and then also deliver with his play on the ice. I don't think he's not as flashy as Kel McCarr. Kel McCarr, the way he skates and the way he stick handles, Kel McCarr is almost looks like a forward at times. But Adam Fox is a spectacular defenseman. There's no doubt about it. He's very smart. He doesn't very often put himself put himself prone to being, hit with that big hit. He's a very heady hockey player, and barring some unforeseen injury, he's going to be a stalwart on the Rangers for years to come. And having a rock like him back on your blue line, that's a foundation to winning. You need to have guys like that. So, he's fun to watch, and I think he's going to be good for a very long time for the Rangers. We're lucky to have him.
I'm going to go back to that. Sorry, I'm going to go back to that comment again. Is Alexiak righty or lefty?
Alexiak, I believe, is left side. Lundqvist, unfortunately, is the right side. He's not.
All right, so just flip Alexiak and Lundqvist, and that still works.
But I think Alexiak's going to command at least like $4 million, and he probably deserves it. He's good. He's more of a top 4 guy than he is a bottom pairing guy. As for Adam Fox, this absolutely cements his Olympic spot. Absolutely cements him.
Oh God, yes.
Before you were having NHL Network during the year do their projected rosters, and Adam Fox was like a 6, 7, sometimes not even mentioned on Olympic rosters. Adam Fox is making the Olympic team now. There's no way he's not.
Yeah. And also, does this give Ryan Lindgren a chance of being on there? Because you talk about trying to keep defense partners together.
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately not. Listen, I love Ryan Lindgren. I think he's great. I think what he is what people wanted Dan Girardi to be. A better skater who can actually move the puck, give you a little bit of offense here and there. Sans that fluke
better outlet passes too.
2008 season, I should say, where he had like 10 goals and like 20-something points. But Lindgren is what people wanted Girardi to be. And he's good in that role with Fox, and he's just the perfect fit. But the USA has just too many good young defensemen to have Ryan Lindgren get past. Adam Fox is just, he's a different, and USA definitely does have a shot at the gold. I absolutely agree.
I'm not so sure that the NHL is going to go to the Olympics. I don't know if it was Friedman or Dreger 2 weeks ago. They were talking about how it's still in discussions, but they brought up a good point. Being that they already announced the All-Star games in Vegas, and being how we had lost the last part of the 1920 season because of the pandemic, and this year the 56-game season, are they really going to want to shut down for a week for the All-Star game and then shut down for another 3 weeks for the Olympics? I'm not so sure the NHL players are going to go to the Olympics. I'm really not. They might not.
And let's circle back to that after the editorials and before we do our Q&A, because that's a big topic we have to talk about. And whether or not they should go is also a different story.
Yeah.
This last one, John.
Do I think Fox can reach Leach status? That's going to be tough. I mean, it depends on how many Norris trophies he wins. He's more than capable of winning another 1 or 2. I don't know if I think he will be the dominant offensive defender that Leach was, because you got to remember Leach is one of 5 defensemen in NHL history to break the 100-point mark. The other 4 being Orr, Coffey, Potvin, and Al McInnes, who actually did it the year before Leach did. But Leach was a special defender, and I would push for Brian Leach being a borderline top 10 defender of all time. That's just my opinion, but it's going to be tough. Again, it depends on Norris's, but I mean, if anybody's got a shot of getting to that level and being considered that real good two-way defender, it is Adam Fox. Tell you that.
Well, what do you think about the rising star of Adam Fox winning the Norris Trophy? Can you still say he's rising after winning the Norris Trophy? Yes, you can, because Adam Fox will get better. That's who Adam Fox is. How about how the Rangers is set up? And we're going to talk more about USA in a few more minutes. Put everything down in the comments below. Anthony, unfortunately, I spoiled a little bit of mine during John's thing, so I will go next. Everybody, here's On the Mark. This prediction that's right up here.
Being single most of my life.
Or just yell at Larry Brooks like every other New York Ranger. All right. So one thing that was a topic of the first On the Mark that I had was how infuriated I was in sometimes the way the Rangers are treated by Madison Square Garden Network. So to further cement things, here is the introductory press conference that they had for Gerard Gallant. And as you can see, there's Chris Drury in a hostage negotiation situation because he already talked. Why the hell was the camera on him? But we got Force Ghost Gerard Gallant. It drives me up a wall because they couldn't, A, bring him down, B, just put a different background or something, and just let him do it from his house. If you get a Zoom call, this is high school stuff. This, honestly, our podcast operates on whatever I got in my wallet, and that had a bigger budget than this. So it drives me crazy whenever the New York Rangers do things like this. Now, by the way, going back to what I said before, is when they Heidi'd the Rangers and cut out the shootout versus the Pittsburgh Penguins to put on the Knicks pregame show. So, do you think they would ever do that if they had when they signed Tom Thibodeau? You think they would do that when Julius Randle is going to resign? No, of course not. They would never do that to the Knicks, but they did that to the Rangers. So you can't help but have a little bit of just kid brother syndrome, like, or even the redheaded stepchild syndrome. What are they doing? And this is a huge hire, and I hope it's just a footnote. I hope we're just laughing about. I'm already kind of laughing about this a little bit, but it's just come on, Rangers deserve as much respect, if not more, than the Knicks, because they haven't been turned into a circus this year. Yeah, we were a circus. Let's be honest, but come on, that's inexcusable. I mean, the only thing that could be worse would be if you gave Chinese replica jerseys to your alumni like the Buffalo Sabres did. So it's just, come on, give the Rangers and their fans. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I forgot to put the graphic up. But yeah, what the hell with the Gallant presser? It's he could have been right next to Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda. In all honesty. So come on. But at least now, on the other hand, the content of everything that was said, great, which was introducing Gerard Gallant, everything he said, how he wants his team to be the hardest working team on the ice every single night and a tough team to play against in the league. Already loving it. But then again, like John said in his Chris Drury honest presser, then you get guys asking about David Quinn. David Quinn is so yesterday's news. He hasn't been the coach of the Rangers for over 6 weeks, or 4 weeks in that case by the time this was out, because I'm a little bit late to the party. But again, come on, Rangers. Come on, MSJ. Pony up the dough, and especially Jim Dolan. Jim Dolan should have seen that and immediately punched the AV head in the face. So, come on. Thoughts?
I can tell you right now, if that was Vince McMahon and it was WWE, Vince McMahon would have fired somebody on the spot for that. And I've seen him flip out for less. Like, I've seen him flip out for production issues and let people go. And things that happened backstage. Jim Dolan, I don't know what he's doing with that, but they did that too with the press conference when they introduced Chris Drury. Like, it was that background too. Oh, I know a certain reporter who loves David Quinn. Absolutely loves David Quinn. He actually blocked me on Twitter because of it. Yeah.
That might be a good one.
That could be a good one.
I got to throw this one in there just because I know you're doing it for fun. Tony D for captain.
Tony D for captain. Yeah.
But go ahead with the press loving David Quinn.
There's a certain reporter who loves David Quinn and actually blocked me on Twitter because he was defending David Quinn and asked the question, what young players languished in the fourth line in the bottom six? And he immediately got ratioed because everybody just came right after him and told him about Vitaly Kravtsov and Capo Caco and the long laundry list of other players that should have gotten chances in the top six. And I made a joke stating that I found because I know that the writers don't vote on the Jack Adams. I know this joke. Yeah, I made a joke stating that I found out, and now I know who gave David Quinn his third place Jack Adams vote. And he decided that he wanted to block me because he was not happy with it. after calling me a clown, I turned around and said, well, you want to make clown show takes, defending a clown show coach, you're going to get clowned on, so man up and take it. And then I got blocked. So you know what? Good riddance to that reporter. I don't really care. I just thought it was funny because you're talking about people who love David Quinn for whatever reason, and I don't know why this person would add any such sort of care for David Quinn at this point, considering that David Quinn's gone. You want to latch onto your guy. Now is the time to start kissing up to Gerard Gallant, buddy. Just saying.
And again, I have no idea how the hell David Quinn got that third place vote when you literally were away from the team for 2 weeks and they had their best stretch. That's just, I mean, and Sean, you're right about this. That presser was public access TV quality.
Oh, it wasn't even public access TV quality. It was like someone decided that, like a kindergartner tried to test their luck with Photoshop and tried to make a video, and it came out like crap. So public access is being kind.
Yeah, and then of course, the angle that they shot Gallant on was almost straight up his nose. I mean, I just got Filk a tripod to try to get him more eye level, but even that, Filk's angle is a lot better than that one.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've been told that you could see up my nose a little bit, but I don't think.
But you don't look down your nose at the rest of us. That's what matters.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think my angle's nearly as bad as Gerard's was there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the who's the most? You guys know what the most valuable franchise in the NHL is? Yeah, it's the New York Rangers.
I was pointing down at the logo. Sorry.
It's all right. Sometimes I forget when you're the recipient if it's mirrored.
Yeah, but that logo down there in the bottom right.
Yeah, it's the New York Rangers. They're the first one over $1 billion. They're well over $1 billion now. So it's just no, you can't be doing this. It looks terrible. Anthony?
Yeah, it was Bush League. It was like put together by, looked like a bunch of like, I don't even know, high school kids. But not much experience with technological type of stuff. But I mean, my thought is, why not? Clearly, if you don't have the enough time or set up to do it properly, why not just do a strict like audio type of thing where there's no video? You just make a nice graphic that says, Chris Drury, Gerard Gallant press conference availability, and just have it be audio, and then people could listen to it. Like after all the Islanders exit interviews, Lou Lamoriello had his end of season availability, and it played back on Islanders.com just with Lou Lamoriello, president GM, and it was behind the Islander their little cityscape backdrop, and you just listen to it, and it was fun. So why not, if you can't go ahead and do it right, why not just do that as opposed to putting together some video where Gallant looks just like he's, like you said, the shot going up his nose, a really awkward angle, and then
Drew looked like it was in a hostage negotiation.
Yeah, it just didn't jive. They should have done it that way if they weren't prepared to do it right. But hey,
and then
it is what it is.
They didn't have anything to, at least it was either the cameras on Drury, or while everybody was even asking questions going back and forth. At one point, they had where the camera goes to the person. Let me just stop my cam. See, I got my avatar from my old acting days. By the way, don't I look good? And it's just it had the person thing that was on there, and not even take away my picture. It had that silhouette of the person. You guys know what it is. I'm looking at several of them right here, but and I think the person even said, "Am I on?" It was so terrible. Or just pay a local studio near Gallant to get him in for an hour. Yeah, I mean, he could have done it. I did ours 2 weeks on the road with my iPad Pro. Those came out better than this.
Here's I want to know. You're on your MSG, your Madison Square Garden. you're a huge
But
conglomerate.
it wasn't on MSG either.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even on the network. What are they airing during the daytime in the middle of the week that's so damn important
In the off season.
well, I mean, I guess the Knicks were still playing, but
Nope.
the Knicks aren't on. The game isn't on. It's the middle of the day during the middle of the week. Air the damn presser. Air it. It's your network. It doesn't cost anything.
It's like when the Mets did some press conferences last year, and it was just, Justin, it was an old Knicks game. It wasn't even a recent one. The Mets did a couple online pressers, and you're like, why isn't this on SNY, and why is Prospects on? So it's this is where stuff like this is embarrassing, because I'll redirect it back to Anthony. Do you think Ledecky would get away would let the Islanders get away with that now?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, we know John Spano would. That's a different story.
Yeah,
and we know Milstein and Glucksberg would. So, hell, those guys tried to get the Coliseum condemned when they had Sesame Street Live underneath the scoreboard that was going to kill everybody. So, all right. Again, guys, I'm going to splice in some more footage of it, but what do you think about the Rangers presser? How embarrassed were you like that? Do you think Gerard Gallant is going to use the force and let it guide his actions? But by the way, Gerard Gallant would already be better than J.J. Abrams for a new Star Wars movie, because he knows the direction to go and be successful, not just copy and paste what someone else did. Thanks, J.J. So, I can't wait to see the comments blow up on that one. I hope that does. Anthony, you ready?
Yeah.
Everybody? Oh, by the way, comment below, like, share, subscribe. And I don't say smash the like button. I just say just like. But everybody, welcome to The Rock.
They just do what they always do.
Why is he putting Leo Komarov on the first line? Like,
Welcome to The Rock.
Today, I'm going to talk to you guys about one Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest I should say, the greatest goal scorer of our generation. And, even if he doesn't catch Gretzky, still say, is he the best goal scorer ever? But he's 22 days away from actually becoming an unrestricted free agent. And I think we could all agree that Ovechkin, while he's representing himself, he doesn't have an agent, he's going to end up back on the Washington Capitals. But let's just talk for happenstance, for the purpose of this, 22 days away from unrestricted free agency, can we fathom Alexander Ovechkin wearing another jersey other than the Washington Capitals come October? For me, I would say if that event happens where comes the 28th, I got rid of the 5-day interview period, which I was kind of never really a fan of to begin with. Kind of took out all the fun away from July 1st. Because once July 1st hit, it's like everyone just announced their deals. Now that they can't do that, it's more of the speculation and rumors. That's the fun part about it. But come the 28th, if Ovechkin, once he actually is able to receive phone calls from other teams, even though it's an intention to stay, at that point, could it become real enough for him, or could he become enticed enough from another team where he would start to think about leaving the Washington Capitals? Now, I know the main reason why he hasn't signed yet is that the Capitals don't want to waste a protection spot in the expansion draft on him. They could protect another player, and then once the expansion draft's over, they can make a final with Ovechkin. But while doing that, you also run the risk of getting closer to free agency. Could the seed of doubt or temptation to play anywhere else set in Ovechkin's mind? And that's a good question, because even though teams right now believe he's not leaving, you better bet your ass come the 28th, you're going to have a lot of GMs calling his agent, just gauging if there's any interest about him coming to play for their hockey club. And again, I think we're all in agreement that he's probably all but signed and will remain a Capital. But just for the discussion of it, if it reaches that point on the 28th and Ovechkin can receive phone calls from other teams, what teams do you guys think he actually would listen to? Or do you think, there's only a short list of one or two teams he would entertain playing with? It's something that some players, and you could point to the Tavares thing where people said, oh, well, they believed him. So he probably was going to sign with the Islanders. But then it got to that window, and then the seed of doubt went in, and that's when the opportunity presented in his mind. Hey, I could go play somewhere else. Could the same thing happen to Ovechkin? It's going to be very interesting if the Capitals even let it get to that point. I think they would be smart enough, literally, once the expansion draft's over, finalize that contract. But if it comes 28th and he's allowed to receive phone calls, I'm interested to see, who he would possibly be interested in playing with. Because seeing him in another team's uniform would just look it would just look really, really weird. It would be like watching Crosby in another team's uniform. It's really hard to picture. But, just to start, before I hand it over to you guys, what your thoughts are, what teams you think you entertain. I don't know. I don't know if there's many, but I would have to say, obviously the Rangers, New York City. I don't know. I don't obviously the cap wise and making that work, but you would think because it's New York, there would be one. You would think that the Lightning would be one. Again, they're in no position to do it, but being that it's Florida, I know he spent some time in Florida. Down there in the warmer weather. Vegas is another city. He seems like a guy that would really enjoy that nightlife. And then honestly, I heard people mention it to me, but the Islanders. Barry Trotz was his favorite coach. Got him over the hump. Being reunited with Barry and a new building. I think that's the team that he would consider too. But again, I don't see it happening, but again, I just thought it'd be fun to discuss and even entertain the possibility of the greatest goal scorer ever hitting a free agent market.
Just to say for the record, by the way, I had it ready to go. Welcome to the Rock. Could Ovi come to the island? And you waited till now to eventually finally get that question. Phil, your thoughts on this first?
I don't see it happening. I couldn't even tell you who I would see him going to. I would he want to play for the Rangers? Maybe. I don't know, but there's no way they can make it even happen. There's no way. They're not going to do it for another winger. They'll do it for Eichel, but they're not going to be able to get him. I get it, and then not only that, but Alexander Ovechkin, and we haven't even touched on this yet, but Alexander Ovechkin is a gigantic Vladimir Putin supporter. How would he mesh on a team with Artemi Panarin, who just had that controversy earlier on in the year and had to miss 2 weeks worth of time because he openly criticized Vladimir Putin and supported Alexei Navalny and ended up having to take a leave of absence to make sure that his family was okay because of what was going on with that hit piece that Andrei Nazarov put out there, who was another known, again, Putin lackey. So I can't even see that happening, to tell you the truth, with the Rangers after thinking about that. Florida is probably be the one place I could think of where I would say, hey, you know what, maybe he goes down there, enjoys the weather, because, he likes to probably spend time there in the off season. He's got a fellow Russian in Bobrovsky there. He would fit with that team. He's a fit with almost any team he goes to because he's just friggin' Alexander friggin' Ovechkin. He's the Rob Van Dam of the NHL. He is the whole effing show. For wrestling fans, they'll understand that reference. But, the Rangers have had some bad issues with social media this year, and I really don't think it would be a good look for Alexander Ovechkin with the Rangers, especially after what was going on with the whole Panarin situation. I don't see it happening to begin with. I think it's Washington or KHL. And the only team that I could even really think of that would actually work for him in a way would possibly be the Florida Panthers if they could somehow finagle the cap space. But that's the problem. You have a 36-year-old that has a big cap hit. He's going to look for double digits again at 36. And that's another problem. That contract, and he definitely deserves it. He deserves to be a $10 million a year player. He's still that good. But the decline that you have to worry about, his age, and just the overall fit You got to worry about these things. And I don't know how a lot of teams can fit a high salary player right now in this flat cap situation. And then on top of that, have him be 36 years old and have to worry about a potential decline in his play coming up real soon. So, I mean, is it an interesting discussion? Yeah, it is. I mean, is it fun to speculate about where you would think he would go? Sure, yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's not going anywhere. So he's either going home, and I think he's going to re-sign. It's just a matter of when the deal happens, when the deal's announced. So,
I think he would actually give the Caps a discount to stay in Washington. I don't think he really. I think he has some interest in free agency. I don't think he has a lot. He would have to figure out the right situation. I know a lot of people were saying, "What about Ovechkin on the Islanders?" That would be the pipe dream of pipe dreams, but.
Barry Trotz will give him a phone call on the 28th. If it got that point, if it reached 28th, Barry Trotz is picking up the phone and calling him and saying, "Hey, Ovi, we did it in Washington." I'm not saying you would do it, but the phone call would happen.
I just questioned if, and not that I questioned whether or not he wants to win, because I still think he wants to win, and I still think he wants to win as Washington Capital. Sometimes once you get to the top of the mountain, you achieve your goal. People said he couldn't win a cup, then he won a cup. He won a Conn Smythe. Yeah, he does want to win another cup, but I don't think it's as much of a priority as passing Gretzky or getting near Gretzky. And I think that would probably be the next thing. And I think, when MJ, we got the Larry Brooks having the bromance with he was probably one of the only people that didn't yell at him. But it's just as far as there are swimmable fountains. I like that. As far as he goes, I mean,
yeah,
maybe a Colorado, maybe a Florida, but again, Phil's right. He might command a lot of money because he took a bargain to get that deal done the first time around. For 13 years, he was making what is it? Even $8 million?
9.
Yeah, $9 million. So, it's one of those things where you just go, all right, well, I see him staying in Washington, and also I don't see Ted Leonsis letting him go because that's his boy. Back to you, Ant. Any other thoughts?
No, like I agree. I said in the open, it's like he's just unsigned because Washington knows Seattle wouldn't be stupid enough to pick him as their pick. So leaving him exposed opens up another spot where they can protect another forward, and then they could finalize it with Ovechkin after the expansion draft. But again, if for whatever reason they didn't do it in time, and the 28th opens and he's allowed to receive phone calls, it'll be interesting to see at that point if, being that he got that far, would he listen to teams and would he give the teams the time of day? Yeah, Pittsburgh would be that would be something else. But it's human nature. Once you get to a certain point, you would be naive to think that he would just literally hang up the phone on these teams, or his agent would, and say no. You would think there might be a team that calls him that says, you know what, I'm a free agent now, might as well hear their pitch. So I would say it's about a 99% chance he stays in Washington, but if it gets that 28th and he's not signed yet, well then at that point, all bets are off, because it just takes one offer from a team and him starting to think, oh wow, I never thought about playing in this place. They got this player X, they got this player, it's a good place to live. So we'll see.
And after all, the Islanders know that because they let John Tavares hear that pitch. So imagine what could have been Crosby. Hey, oh. Oh, wait, sorry. I forgot Sean's other one, which is, know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here.
Little NWO references right there. I love it.
All right. So could you guys actually see Alexander Ovechkin leave the Washington Capitals? If so, where would he go? Put it all in the comments below. like, share, subscribe, spread the word. We already got 2 subscribers that are in this, so that already helps. We're expanding, and we're doing it because of you guys. So don't forget that. So we're going to move on to John. Do we have any NHL rumors that you want to go through?
Yeah, I was actually just looking at some things, and Frank Saravalli was talking about buyout candidates, some guys to keep an eye on, talking about Mikko Koskinen from Edmonton, former Ranger Anton Strawman. Sean, just keep the NWO references coming. I mean, too sweet. You could go NWO or Bullet Club now, but I will give you a little too sweet there, bud. But yeah, Philip Myers in Philadelphia, Danny DeKeyser in Detroit, Oli Mott in Los Angeles were some names he was talking about. A little note from Saravalli here. Philip Myers was included on this list as a name to keep an eye on, more so to specifically note Myers' unique contract structure and how a buyout would actually net the Flyers a future cap credit and not a cap charge in the event of a buyout. Now, I'm not exactly sure of how that works. I'd have to take more of a look into that, but that's interesting if they get a cap credit for buying out Philip Myers. I don't know why they would get it. I don't really understand that. I'd have to take a further look into it. But some interesting names out there. Anton Strawman is a right side defender. So, unfortunately, that would not fit a need for the Rangers. I was going to say if they can get him for cheap, he'd be a nice fit on the bottom pairing. But if the plan is to get Nils Lundqvist in there, you want a left side defender that's cheap, veteran presence. Maybe an Alec Martinez would fit, or maybe a Braden McNabb, but I believe that would be a trade route. Just other names that I could think of. I mean, and then obviously as forwards, I've talked about Casey Zizekas, I've talked about Matt Calvert, I've talked about era-adjusted goal per game rate. Ovechkin has third
behind Lemieux and Bossy.
Yeah, Alexander Ovechkin is a special player, and it's funny because his first couple of years in the league, I think he was probably the most exciting player I'd ever seen at that point. As for Brian Boyle,
play anywhere this year?
Yeah, I don't think he even played it this year, if at all. I mean, maybe a little bit, but yeah, I don't know if Boyle's really coming back. I don't know if that would really even be a fit. His play has kind of declined quite a bit in the last few years. So yeah, I would say that. Brian Boyle.
All right. What other news you got right now?
Not a whole lot going on. I mean,
wait, Anthony, you got something?
Oh, you got something, Anthony?
Well, just Dave Pagnotta, who we'll have on our show next week. I don't know when Marc was going to drop that interesting nugget, but he has on the fourth period. He has a list of just top players rumored to be traded on it, and there are a decent amount of names on it. You obviously got Seth Jones, you got Jack Eichel. Then you got names like Phil Kessel, Vladimir Tarasenko. So these are all players that once the Stanley Cup Finals are over and the offseason really gets into the swing of things, you could see moved. And not Phil Kessel, but Tarasenko is an interesting one. He's coming off consecutive shoulder surgeries. In the last 2 years, he's only played 34 games combined. So some teams might be concerned about that, and therefore, he might come at a cost-controlled price. So if it's the right deal, you got to take a flyer on Tarasenko because he's a dynamic scorer when healthy. So if his shoulder is fully healthy now and repaired, I think there'll be many teams that line up to take a flyer on him in the trade. He's a guy that could score 30+ goals, in 40. So, yeah, he's an interesting one for me.
I think a lot of teams would take a flyer, not only on him, but Kessel. And you got to remember, Arizona is going to probably be a cap 14. If they can get a decent return, even though Kessel's up there in age, and I believe he has 1 year left on his deal, if they retain half on Kessel, and I think that's 3.4 because his current salary, or his current cap hit, I should say, is 6.8 after Rondo retained because I believe part of his contract is retained. I think it's 1.2 mil. So 6.8, and if Arizona retains 3.4, I mean, that asking price could go up, and a lot of teams would be in on him because he can give you 25, 35 goals still, I think, and he could give you anywhere from 60 to 80 points in a top 6 role. So I think Arizona would be wise to try to start recouping picks that they lost from their little combine fiasco.
And yeah, that's one reason why I think they're going to have to start doing like things like trading some of their RFAs or something like that. Like I mentioned that with some players before, but anyway. So let's take some questions because I've been holding on to this one for a little bit. From MG, he was talking about question. If Nils is as good as what we keep hearing, how will that work out? Power play quarterback has to be Fox. Was Nils enough? Will Nils get enough time? 23 points in the power play. Good that you have that stat in there. This is the other reason why I need to fill this in. It didn't work having 2 guys that were puck handlers when it was Leach and Zubov together. Not for long. They only had 2 really good, really solid years together. 94 when they had the number 1 power play unit, and 95 when they had the 5th best power play unit. The real answer on that also is that was back when you used to have 2 defensemen on the power play as the norm. Now it's the 1-3-1. So, and the 1-3-1 appears to be here to stay. So I don't think they'd be on the same power play unit. I would think it would be Nils on the second and Fox on the first because Panarin's on the left side. John?
Not only that, but you don't want to do what David Quinn did this season and overload one unit with righties and then overload the other one with lefties. Nils Lundqvist is a righty, and he's got a great shot. He's got a better shot than Adam Fox, and it's not even close. And I like Adam Fox. I like his ability to get the shot through to the net, and he's really good at getting that like deceptive kind of the puck has its own eyes type shot through. But Nils Lundqvist has an absolute bomb. He's got a cannon, and that could be a difference maker on the power play. So I would really love to see how that dynamic works. As for the comment about Leach and Zubov not working well together, no.
Oh, for long, he said.
For long. Sorry, my fault. I misread that then. But yeah, I mean, the only reason why that didn't work out for long was because Neil Smith made a dumb trade and tried to keep 1994 alive instead of developing the players, which was also partially influenced by Marc Messier's disdain of Sergei Zubov not being tough enough after that Flyers series. So they made a panic move and basically McElrath themselves out of Sergei Zubov. And yeah, this
is one reason why we keep talking about
watch 27 right here.
Yeah.
Just watch it and you'll see it.
And bang, back of the net. We covered this on another one, and we have Anthony back with us again. That this is not NHL goaltenders, but the shots are definitely NHL quality.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. They
like you could say bang, back of the net.
Yep.
That was actually off, I think. Oh no, that was his goal. There's one of them. We're just gonna play this really quick and then move on. This is the reason why we keep talking about Nils Lundqvist. Okay, here's this one. This one's gonna be a wrist shot. He's just gonna step up and just fire it right by him. And
incredible shooter.
Incredible shot. I want to find the one that really made me completely shake with anticipation. Like, this one's a good one. This is a wrist shot. Like, he's picking corners from like the blue line and stuff. And all right, there's this one where here's his one timer. Or no, I think it is his one timer again. And bang. Because again, where he's stationed right there is where Panarin usually would be. The 1-3-1 is what the hard part is. Because if they went back to a classic setup, it's still something else. So I just wanted to show you some of these highlights. This is the reason why That's the one. Oh my goodness. That's the one that he
looks like Stamkos there doing that.
Right. And you're like, oh my goodness. So I'm just gonna pull that back and not share that one anymore. John Bobbio is asking this, and I think you said 50-50 when you did the Chris Drury thing. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're gonna stick with on the Rangers land Jack Eichel?
I think honestly, if you're asking for me, not just messing around as Chris Drury, I want to say it's about 60-40. I think that they are the favorite, but I don't think like Drury is going to play into Adams. I don't know if it's this off season. I can't see how Buffalo brings him back. I can't. I think it's too much of a distraction. I think he's an injury risk. He's going to miss the start of the season, and I think they want that pick in this year's draft. What I would do if I'm the Rangers, and I think what should get him, and I think it's a fair deal, is I've seen people mention the Rick Nash trade. I'm going to refer to Statboy Steven, who I'm going to talk to you about having a collab with, because he told me he was interested in doing so. He has his own with Wardy. I don't know.
With Wardy, yeah. They're good.
Yeah, they're good. And I would definitely like to get Steven on, maybe even Tyler with him in some sort of way. But he mentioned the Rick Nash trade as a comparable and talked about how, you could get 2 roster players, a top prospect, which was Tim Erickson at the time, and a first-round pick. What I say is you look at one of Pavel Buchnevich, Orion Strome, and then Philip Hedl, and then I would say one of either Lundqvist, Kravtsov, Zachary Jones, or Matthew Robertson, and then 2 first-round picks, the second one being conditional. And you know what? I think it's fair at that point. I think Buffalo gets their return for Eichel. The Rangers keep their untouchables. I don't think you're going to get many better offers than that, because I don't see Trevor Zegras or Jamie Drysdale being available no matter what anybody says. I think Marco Rossi's heart condition is a big red flag for any team that looks to acquire him, and that really hurts Minnesota. And I know Matthew Boldy's a good prospect, but he's not nearly as good of a prospect as Marco Rossi. And if Marco Rossi is damaged goods, that hurts Minnesota. That really does. They're not going to deal Joel Eriksson-Ek after signing into that contract
and being 4th on the Selke voting.
Yeah, they're not going to deal him. He's going to be off limits. LA supposedly seems like they're out of it because, like I said, I think that they refused to budge off of Quentin Byfield. And obviously Quentin Byfield is not near Alexi Lafreniere's value right now. He's a very valuable piece, but I don't blame LA for not wanting to deal him. He's probably their future number 1 center. So if Adams wants to be realistic and he wants to start talking, I think that would be a deal that could help him. And I don't think that there would be a lot of teams that could, if any, that could top that type of deal.
Anthony, what are your percentage on Eichel being a Ranger next season? Unless you froze suddenly.
Yeah, frozen.
I'm gonna go with 35%. I think the Rangers have the best chance out of all the teams that are there, but I think it's I don't think he's gonna. I just don't. I think he has to go back to Buffalo. I know it's funny to say, but I think he has to go back. You got to build that trade value. Anthony, I think I saw your eyes move. Did your eyes move? Okay.
He's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. So we're gonna get them back in a minute. See if I could just pull him out, put him back in. Yeah, did that do it? I think he's moving.
I can't see him. It's black.
Oh, okay. Now he's moving slightly. He's one more time. Thought I had him back. All right. From Rich, he was asking this question. Will Morgan Barron make this team? Like his talent, like his size, his aggressiveness, and Nils is right-handed. Yes, that's true. I like Morgan Barron too. I like what I saw from him, and I think he could be a 4th line center.
Yeah, I like what I saw from Morgan Barron at the end of the season. I think Anthony's still frozen, by the way. I saw there. I think that he has a good blend of size, skill, hockey IQ. I think if the skating improves a little bit, which it wasn't bad, I think the skating would definitely go a long way towards helping him stick in this team. But I think he eventually sticks in the bottom six. So.
And I think he's a good option for the bottom six, especially if he can just go in. Sometimes players do this. They go in, they go, what's my role in this team? And then they just, if you go, we need a face-off guy, we need a penalty killing guy. Okay, I could do that. And that's what they just focus on. Chris says they should get Trouba to waive his no trade clause and package him with Booch for a top-line center. They do still, I mean, Mika Zibanejad came back to what he used to be. So that's what the good thing is. I kind of have my faith back in Mika Zibanejad. It was wavering in the middle of the period during this time. The first time we ever did shot beer by everyone. That's what we called it. I actually said to Filk, Mika Zibanejad is going to get 10 goals this season, and Mika Zibanejad ended up having almost 10 goals in that week. So that's where I just once there was no more Quinn, Zibanejad was a better player, and I have full faith in Gerard Gallant and what his talents are. From Sean, Marc and Filk, if you could get one player in the free agency class for the Rangers, who would it be? Anthony, same for you, and since you're back, we have to go with you first. Who is a UFA you would want on the Islanders right now?
I mean, I'm gonna stick with one of the guys that they already had on their team. Because the UFA group really isn't that great. So for me, I keep Kyle Palmieri. Kyle Palmieri adds a scoring punch to the team. And not only that, he was in the playoffs. He played a heavy game. He was great. He threw hits. In the Tampa series, he didn't score, but he hit some posts. Vasilevsky robbed him a couple of times. I thought overall he was great. I think he's a guy during an 82-game season. You can pencil him in for 25 goals. He's done it pretty consistently in the last couple of years. So for me, Palmieri for sure. Keeping him would be big.
And I thought he fit in well with JG Pajot on that line.
He did.
Phil, who would yours be for the Rangers?
I gotta say one of Sean Corrali or Casey Cizikas. It depends on what the asking prices are in terms of the AAV. I might lean towards Corrali this one because I think his AAV will be a little lower, and I think they'll be able to fit more. I think Corrali will be between like a 2.5 AAV. Cizikas will probably be closer to a 3, maybe a 3.5. I would say I would lean towards Corrali. It's got to be one of those two centers, though. They need the center depth there, and I would play Morgan Barron probably as the number 4 center and let him kind of marinate and make sure that the fourth line gets a decent amount of minutes. So, no, we have not spoken about the Mika Zibanejad contract yet.
We did talk about it last week a little bit, but
Marc answer, and then we could definitely speak about that afterwards.
Okay, which by the way, hi again, Ariana. But I would say if you press me, and I've been outspoken about this, promote from within right now. But I would have to check in to see if Alexiak is a left defenseman. I would possibly look into him. But the other situation, I would probably say Sean Corrali would be the other one. I don't have the faith in Cizikas. We've been over this before. I think he's sort of the sum of that parts. And Anthony, you would probably like this metaphor if I said it would be like taking a lion away from Voltron. So that's what I feel like Casey Cizikas off that line is. So, of course, I just made the identity line Voltron, so I'm not happy about that. But that's what I would say with that. Phil, you said this. Go right ahead. Mika Zibanejad's next contract.
To answer the question about Alexiak first, he is left defense. He is left side.
Okay, good. Then I'll take Alexiak.
Yeah, I just think his cap hit's going to be too much. And
that's what I'm worried about too.
Yeah.
If he asks for over 5, no.
I think anything over 4 might be too much, just because of the fact that I don't think they can afford to add a defensive guy. As for Mika Zibanejad's contract, I just don't know how he gets the $9 million, the $10 million that he was looking at before. Actually, I would be okay with going 8 years for him. He's 27 right now, going to be 28, I think. I would be okay with giving him 8 years, and let's just say he says 8 years, $56 million, or 58, 59 million, somewhere in that range. I would be more than okay with that. I don't think he will, but I see somewhere between 8 and 8.5 for him, just because I can't see him getting 9 after the start he had the season. And the fact that he's really only had 2 seasons with that type of production. I also think that I would be very wary with him because his production has been at a pretty high level that's borderline unsustainable at this point. I mean, in 2020, his shooting percentage was 19.7%. That's not sustainable. And I've referenced Alexander Ovechkin and how his career high was 15.4. So I don't see that happening. I would just be very wary. If he wants to stay here and he wants to take a little bit of a hometown discount, you keep him and you give him that extra year and you worry about it. I know I've said term can be killer in the past, but that deal would take him to 36. And that's when he would really start declining hard, is after that age 36 year. And then you can go from there.
Would you say 8 years, $9 million?
No, 8 years and about 7 to 7.5. If I can get him for that, I sign.
That's a steal.
That's I sign that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because if you could get him at that and then get Adam Fox at 8 for 8 years, then you've set yourself up pretty well. But I do not believe that Pavel Buchnevich is overrated. If you want to talk about Pavel Buchnevich having a great year and a contract year, fine. But overrated? No. Definitely not. Pavel Buchnevich turned a corner that we all thought he could have been turned for years. Now David Quinn finally gave it, let off the reins a little bit with him. So.
And the other thing, just to go with that is, I think Booch is a good player. It's just now contract situations and navigating the cap in the future. I mean, if they bring back Booch, you got to get rid of Vitaly Kravtsov or Kaapo Kakko, because you can't have these guys languish on the. No. You can't put Kravtsov on the 4th line. And by the way, it's funny because I'm doing I'm editing our year-end segment, and I already had a moment where I looked at Phil when it was just the two of us and said, "We know Kravtsov's coming. What are they going to do? Play him with Brett Howden and play him 7 minutes a game?"
And what did they end up doing?
Played him with Brett Howden and played him 10 minutes a game. Great, awesome. Good thing you're doing that with your top prospects. And yes. That's why, Chris, I'm with you on that. Booch is going to be looking for a lot more money, and he deserves a raise. But
yeah, I'm with you. I'm with anybody who says Wolf Buchnevich. The time would be now. He's a restricted free agent. He's got team control left, and he had a great year. His value is probably his highest right now.
And a replacement in the wings.
Yeah, and you have wings that are ready to take that next step. Not only that, but if you really wanted to move Chris Kreider to the right side, I mean, you could try it. You could absolutely try it.
Yeah.
So, but overrated? No, I don't think he's overrated. I think
he's rated exactly where he is now. That's what it is.
Rated by some. I think if you talk to other fans around the league, a lot of people just don't understand exactly how good he really is. And become a real good penalty killer. He was on one of the top penalty killers. He was the top pairing on one of the top penalty killing units in the entire league for a majority of the league. For a majority of the season, they were a top 3 to 5 penalty kill in the league, and he was one of their top guys. So yeah, and that's not because Mika's advantage at it. Tell you that right now.
And by the way, going back to what Mike was bringing up before, I believe, with this, when you look at this, is why you need like a Morgan Barron or somebody that's going to step up. And the reason why is because they're going to step up and go, I'll penalty kill. Don't worry about it. It's nice to have. And all right, why do you say that about Mika Zibanejad not being a key penalty killer?
No, I'm not trying to say that he wasn't a key penalty killer. I'm not trying to say that.
It wasn't just him.
It wasn't just him.
Okay.
That pairing got better when Buchnevich got put onto it during this season. And Buchnevich started out kind of, but he got better. And you could just watch him turn the corner, and he just started making plays on a penalty kill where you're like, wow, like this guy's defensive hockey sense is a lot better than I ever thought it was. And he got better and better and better. And Buch was the most consistent forward on a game in, game out basis at both ends of the rink. And there's just no argument to it. Panarin, great offensively, decent defender, nothing great, above average. But Pavel Buchnevich was the most complete player on the team every night. So.
And again, something I always try to mention with this, and I did this all the way back to when I did my bold predictions video of when I was alone doing this at the beginning of the year, and that's the short answer is I can still like a player and look at him and go, his future is not with this team, because it's just you can't keep everybody anymore. If this was pre-2005, no problem, sign Buch. $5 million, put him on the third line. And you got a budget, and it's a flat cap error. It's questions you have to answer. The way you do that is to get the most you can out of players out of on bridge deals and on entry level contracts. That's the way you do it, because you're going to pay your stars. It's just the way economics works. So again, I like Pavel Buchnevich. I was beating the drum for Pavel Buchnevich. I was happy they traded Anthony Duclair and not him. And not because I didn't like Anthony Duclair either. I was loving the Duke, what I saw from him. But again, sometimes decisions have to be made when you have to upgrade your team. By the way, MJ, no problem. That's why I liked that question. And you guys keep asking questions. We'll keep answering them.
Yeah. This is what we love doing.
This is what we love doing, and all three of us. Unfortunately, Anthony's having some connection problems. Yes, and Chris is right about this. There's an incredible amount of wing depth, and I think Kreider would be good on the third line with Hedl. Not only will he be helping him bring along his speed, but be better for his game. I got to say, when we did, Anthony's done some mock New York Rangers lines. I did one this week. I have Kreider right now slated next year. Third line, Hedl and Kakko. And the reason why I did that was, now again, Gerard Gallant's a smarter man than me. I have no problem saying that. And I'm pretty sure that's the, as we said before in the press conference, is the obviously. So obviously Gerard Gallant's smarter than me. But I look at Kakko and think he would be the puck possession guy. Kreider would be I think Kreider plays well off the puck. He's not. I thought 5 years ago his game was turning around to be more possession. That didn't happen. And Hedl's he's an okay possession player. He's not great, but that would let Kakko have the puck, which is where we talked about with him not playing with Panarin next week. Thought on that? Thought on that, Filk?
Yeah, I've obviously I said that before earlier on in the.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. I said it earlier on that I thought that Chris Kreider should be on the third line. I think it's time. I don't think you can put, after seeing Alexei Lafreniere at the end of the season and what he did with top 6 minutes, I don't think you can put Chris Kreider there. And obviously you're not moving Artemi Panarin down to your third line. That would just absolutely be ridiculous. I think people would start calling for Gerard Gallant's head immediately if that happened. I'm not sure if Filip Hedl is a center going forward or if he's a winger.
Or if he's a center on the Rangers going forward.
Yeah, or that too. I think he could be in an Eichel trade. But I wonder how much more you would get from Filip Hedl as a winger. And that's another thing. If you move Pavel Buchnevich, you could move Filipino to the wing, have Jack Eichel, and then sign a third line center. You know, you could do that. I'm not sure about Filipino on the wing. I like what I saw when he came back in 2020, when he was sent down, and then he came back up and he started scoring. He had those goals against Nashville and Florida. He looked really good. I like how he took to watching videos of Sidney Crosby and what Sidney Crosby did, and that's really a good thing to do, because again, you take things that you see from players and you implement them into your game, and that's part of how you get better. So I like that. I don't know what his future is. I don't really have an answer for that.
And yeah, that's what the hard part is too, because again, when we talk about do you like the player, we do like the player. It's just, does he fit? I mean, my ex-girlfriend still loved me, but she still had to dump me because we didn't fit. So using it like that, it's one of those things. Again, you're building up the team, and sometimes when you say about see if a guy will waive his no trade clause, Chris Kreider is seeing the end of a rebuild. He ain't waiving his no trade clause for anything right now, and I'm not sure if Jacob Trouba is doing that either. So that's two of those. The guys are going to see the way to find a way to make this work. Chris Kreider would probably be one of those guys saying, "I'll go to the third line," because he can see the writings on the wall with Alexei Lafreniere.
Yeah,
you'd have to be blind not to see that. And I think Lafreniere's on the first unit next year.
He's got to be. I mean, that power play was so it was so bad for
all of them. All of them.
Obviously, I love the obviously part, how like that's added into the pressers there. But have Lafreniere on your top unit, you can't, and that's part of the reason why I think it took him so long to gain that confidence, because he didn't get that first goal for how long. And you know what? I know that the goals don't happen right away. Capo Caco got his first goal a little earlier.
Second game.
Yeah. Against, third.
Oh, that's right. It was the second game at the Garden. Yeah.
Edmonton. But there was like a week off between Ottawa and Edmonton.
Yeah.
Games. So, but yeah, you've got to put and I've said this time and time again, you've got to put your young players in positions to succeed. Look at what Ottawa did with Stützle. I mean, they put him in a position to see. Dominic Kubalik in Chicago ended up getting the third place Calder votes over Adam Fox. Why? Because they put him on a line with Patrick Kane. I mean, he scored 30 goals in a shortened season, in like a 68-game season. So, I mean, they put him in a position to succeed. You've got to put your players in positions to succeed.
Filk, are you ready for one of those Rangers who will not be named, but it's not who you think? Rich is making a very good comparison, I think, right here. And this is why you get apprehensive about some guys.
Bring it on.
What if Jack Eichel turns out to be Bobby Carpenter? Do you remember what we gave up for him?
No.
Can't make that mistake again.
Stop. Different time period, different player. Carpenter, from what I remember, was better was good on good teams, and then went to the Rangers and was just bad. A lot of players back then also had a habit of coming to the Rangers and just being bad, like your Bobby Rousseau's. Bobby Rousseau was like a really good player in Montreal in the 60s and 70s. And then the Rangers got him, and he just ended up not being nearly as good. I mean, Mike Rogers, they got him from Hartford after a couple of 100-point seasons, I think, there. Comes out to the Rangers, 100-point year in his first year, and then he went downhill. Mike Rogers is a real good player in that first year for the Rangers. So, no, different time period. Jack Eichel is also incredibly skilled, just an incredibly talented.
And younger, I think.
And younger.
Bobby Carpenter.
Than Carpenter at the time. Maybe the same age, but I think he was younger at the time.
I think Eichel's younger, I think.
Yeah.
But again, but what the spirit of the question is, what if the Rangers get him and he's just not productive, and they give up too much to go get him? The good news, by the way, I could say about this, Rich, is that right now the Rangers have a dearth. They don't have to. You don't have to worry. I don't want to give up Nils Lundkvist, but if they give up Nils Lundkvist, there's another guy that you have Braden Steiner to fill that hole. You give up Matthew Robinson. Who knows? Maybe Tom Marionen is the guy that goes in right there, or they sign a free agent in there, like we were talking about with Alexiak.
You know, if you give up Braden Schneider, it's Nils Lundkvist. If you give up, Matthew Robertson, it's Zach Jones that comes in. It just, they have options. They really
do. You give up Pavel Buchnevich, you got Vitaly Kravtsov.
Yeah.
You give up, and then there's always Kakko. I think it's a mistake to get rid of Kakko. Yeah. I think you're going to see him explode, especially now. John D asked this question. The short answer is yes. I would. Oh, I'd love to have this guy on the team the way it's presently constructed. But, oops, it moved. Would Sean Couturier fit on this team? And, yeah, he would fit 100%. We're not getting him, but he would fit 100%. He'd be the second line center. He'd be matching up against the other team's top line, and he'd get us far, very, I think.
Yeah. Sean Couturier is the exact type of center the Rangers would want and need. He's a guy that can play with higher-end talents as he's done. I mean, look, Claude Giroux and Jake Voracek both had career years playing with him as their center. And that it's undeniable. That 2018 season, a lot of those guys had career years. Couturier, Voracek, Giroux, Gostisbehere. I mean, you want to talk about players having great years. Those were the guys. And Couturier, not only that, but he's a Selke caliber player. He's one of the top 5 best defensive centers in the entire league. And he plays a brand of playoff hockey that this team lacks. So
I would guarantee the Rangers are then knocking on the door of the ceiling if they got Sean Couturier.
Yeah.
Or somebody like Sean Couturier. If you can find somebody whose stock isn't as high as Couturier is right now, and is getting there, that would be something.
Well, that's what Gorton found with Mika Zibanejad. He knew that the potential was there. He needed that change of scenery to bring it out of him, and he sold high on Derek Brassard. Got out of it at the right time, got the right player in return, and that's the type of deal that they're looking for. But I don't know if they're going to find it.
Even though it mildly bit us in the ass in the 2017 playoffs. Because Brassard did have the game-tying goal in Game 5.
Think of 3 calls more than Derek Brassard did against.
Yeah.
Or against their own team, I should say, that Derek Brassard did against us. But, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I use the term mildly bit us in the ass.
Yeah.
If you move Booch, you bring Kravtsov to the top unit. He had good chemistry with Mika, yes. His second goal was stolen. Yeah. I love the comment, by the way, from Kravtsov. What'd you think about getting your first NHL goal? And he said, "You mean again?"
Yeah.
Or which one? Chris, the good thing about Kakko underperforming is that he'll be cheaper on his next contract. I agree with that. Yeah. That is always a good thing. Ariana, this is a good question. We're going to go back to this one again. Any idea for 3C centers, either in a sign or a trade? Okay, now this is assuming they don't get Jack Eichel. The one guy that I kind of scoured through and I said, you know what? I think this is a guy whose stock isn't that high. He's got one more year left in his deal. I was looking at Mason Appleton of the Winnipeg Jets. I don't know if they're interested in dealing him, but he could be a great either 3C or 4C, depending on what it is. Yeah, Andrew Kopp is one of those guys that was in there too. I would have thought about Andrew Kopp.
Yeah.
And a matter of fact, I was playing around with the make your own team on capfriendly.com.
Adam Lowry would be a good one.
The what?
Lowry.
Yeah, I thought about Lowry, but I think they wouldn't let him go. That's what I was thinking of. And Appleton had a 56% faceoff percentage last year, and I think he had a 15-goal season too. So, I mean, he could contribute offensively and do some other stuff like that. One of the other ideas I had was, again, just fishing through things. I thought about asking Phoenix Coyotes what you could get for Lawson Krause to toughen up the fourth line. Freddie Gaudreau is, I think, a decent pick off the free agent wire, and it weakens the Pittsburgh Penguins. There's other options. So, John, your thoughts on what I just said, or any ideas for 3 C centers not named Jack Eichel?
Well, obviously Jack Eichel wouldn't be a number 3 center, but I do like Mason Appleton. I like it. He's actually older than you think. He's 25. I don't know what exactly he would cost. He actually had a pretty good year. He's been good for them in the limited time in the previous 2 seasons that he's played. I wouldn't mind that. It depends on what the cost is for Appleton. I wonder if Winnipeg would look to deal him, though, because of the fact that, they have Kopp and Lowry. I would love Andrew Kopp, but I just don't know if he's necessarily going to be available. I don't think Winnipeg has any desire to move him.
No, and they do have cap space. So
and he's a restricted free agent, Andrew Kopp. He's 26.
That's why I think you'd have to move somebody good in there. And again, I'm playing around. That's where I threw the Buchnevich trade in.
Andrew Kopp had a really good year. I mean, he had 15 goals and 39 points in only 55 games. That's really good.
Right. So
you'd
love to get a guy like that.
Yeah, it's going to cost a pretty penny to get a guy like that. But I like him. He'd be a good fit. I'd imagine the cost is probably going to be a little too much for him.
DQ was a small tire fire because he gets us better. He gave us better cap control by serving some kids. Yeah. DQ also gets some credit for Foxy, though TA was the real savior.
Oh, Tony DeAngelo? I don't know.
Yeah, were you saying Tony DeAngelo on that one?
Talk about Jacques Martin. I mean, I guess I don't know, but I mean, the defensive coach usually does the work with the defense, so I don't want to give Quinn too much credit. I guess he has to get some credit for it, but the defensive coach is really the guy that works with the defense there. So I don't know who TA is though.
Yeah, if that's for Tony DeAngelo, you'll probably clear that up for us in a second.
Yeah,
but I looked at DeAngelo and always thought he was a placeholder. I thought Adam Fox was going to end up taking his job eventually. And then he did, because Tony DeAngelo couldn't get out of his own way, for one thing. Also, he also didn't understand that the word back checks means you have to play defense. Blake Coleman would be a good fit. Would be too high of a contract, but he'd be a good fit.
Yes.
Blake Coleman would be a good fit for a lot of teams, not just the New York Rangers. Oh yeah, Mike says he typoed. Yes, not a problem.
All right, yeah. I definitely agree with you there.
Yeah, Rich, I'm going to answer this question. Hold on, wait. Mike had this one too. Jimmy Uso, third DUI.
That's sad because I believe Jimmy has been injured too in the past year and change. That's why he wasn't wrestling for a while. But yeah, that could be a release for McMahon.
And I'll tell you this, Rich. Before I get to your question, before this, absolutely not. I am not underestimating that neck injury. Anytime anything happens with the spine, it is a steep decline after that. Obviously, in baseball, we can look at Don Mattingly for the New York Yankees, Ricardo Alfonso on the New York Mets. Hockey, your back is even more important than in baseball. So yeah, that's where that is. But Rich also asked, Kakko, Lafreniere, or Krasov, which one do you think is the best of the 3?
If you're just talking about pure skill, it's Alexis Lafreniere. I just think the hockey IQ's on another level with that kid. I watched his play in junior. I extensively studied his tapes and his games in junior. And there were some habits that he developed that, he had to adjust with early on. He made a lot of what they call high danger passes, which are in high danger areas, like through the slot, through multiple players. And he made a lot of those connect in juniors. and you could just see it. And I know a lot of people talk about Capo Caco, and he made some highlight reel goals against men in the World Championships 2 years ago. Great. But Alexis Lafreniere is on another level. He's got that elite level of hockey sense and passing, and the hands are just all world. The shot is all world too, and that's what Capo Caco does not have right now, is the shot. And Vitaly Kravtsov, the creativity for him is just off the damn charts. And you saw his defensive play at the end of the year. Like, he was just making some real good defensive plays where we're like, holy shit, like, are we getting some Pavel Datsyuk light type vibes right here?
Right, like you couldn't help but go, wait, is this guy Russian?
Yeah.
Like, what is this back checking you speak of? No, it's
Russia, back check you.
I hope the answer to this is yes, but
exactly, I like that one.
But if you're gonna ask me any of the three of them, I have to go Lafreniere as well, because Lafreniere has got it right here. And it's not even a matter of getting in his own head, getting his confidence shaken. He's the one that rebounds better when he's dealt with some adversity. He did not complain about being moved around the lineup as much as he has. He did not complain about any line mates, and didn't say anything except for, where do you want me to play? That's all he basically said the entire season.
Not only with Laf, though, but like I said, he had all the other things. If Laf improves the skating, which I think he will, and I think he just adds just a little more beef to him, just adds a little more muscle, I really think he has the ability to be in that upper echelon of players that's like right out, maybe borderline top 10 player in the NHL. I think that's what his ceiling is. Like, this guy has got it. He's got it. And not only that, but he plays heavy, which you saw in the juniors, you saw in World Juniors. I mean,
and again, he puts on some muscle that's going to get heavy too.
And he's going to get heavier when he puts on that muscle. He's not going to be nearly as afraid to throw around his body, getting his feet wet. He's got the elite level shot, and then like Marc said, it's here. There's years. And one thing, I just want to say one thing, and I don't know how many people have noticed, but remember I was talking about high danger passes before? He was trying to make those at the beginning of the season, and they weren't connecting. They were getting picked. They were missing players. But towards the end of the year, those passes started getting through, because he realized what he had to do to get them through, and that they had to be either quicker or he had to be more decisive with it. Remember, the NHL game is so fast that it's a big adjustment speed-wise.
Mm-hmm.
One that comes in, especially a young player. But he started making those passes towards the end of the year, and they started getting through, and you were just there were so many times where I'm like, holy shit, how did he, one, see that, and two, get that through?
I think there was a goal Blackwell scored from a feed from him that he just laced that right through. Yeah. And again, you're right about that. That's what he's doing. All right, Dan's got a great question right here. What's the Gallant factor with how he sets up lines and sees these players' roles? That's a great question. And to be honest with you, I can't wait to find out either, because he might walk up to some guys and say, I'm going to put you two together or you three together and change around everything. Like, armchair GMs were looking over and going, you can't put Zibanejad and Panarin together. He might do that and still have a successful third line. Let's not forget, he had a great line in Marchessault, Riley Smith, and I'm missing the third guy right now, John. What was it again?
William
Karlsson. Yeah. He made a patchwork number one line that was in the Stanley Cup Finals out of guys that other teams were jettisoning. So that's why I firmly believe in him. John, this is a great comment. John D. Lee again. By the way, a lot of you guys are first-time commenters. Keep commenting. We like hearing from you, and this is the reason why we're doing this. We'd have three of us if it wasn't for technical difficulties for Anthony. But Boone Jenner would be a good fourth-line option, and I like Boone Jenner, but
I do as a bottom six player. I don't think you're ever going to get that 30-goal season type of production from him. I'm just trying to look up his cap hit right now, because I think it's pretty high.
I think it is, because I think he's not a fourth line center on.
Actually, it's not bad right now. He's got 1 year left on his deal, at $3.75 million. He brings exactly what the team needs from a bottom or a middle six winger, if you will, because he's more of a middle six guy. What I worry about, though, is his numbers have taken an absolute nosedive since that 30-goal season. That was in 2016. He had 30 goals and 49 points. And then his years after, 18 and 34 in 82 games, 13 and 32 in 75 games, 16 and 38 in 77 games, 11 and 24 in 70 games, and then this year 8 and 17 in 41 games. So that's about 16 goals and 34 points exactly over an 82-game season. I don't like those numbers. If he wants to stay around where he is money-wise, I would be okay with adding him. But he's got 1 year left on his deal, and then I don't want to give him anywhere close to $5 million because I think that might be an ask. I don't know if he'd get that with the flat cap.
Maybe that would be something that you could explore again because he's on his last year of his deal, you said, right?
Yeah, I mean, could you explore it? But again, I don't know if I want to trade for a guy like that. He's also getting up there. He's 28 years old. He just turned 28. Not that that doesn't fit in with their timeline. I would just – my issue with that is that he's 28 years old. He plays a hard game. And at his size, he is 6'2", 208. So he's got some size to him, but he's not huge. He's big enough. A guy like that break down sooner than later. Like, look at Wayne Simmons. Like, Wayne Simmons is – he's running – and Wayne Simmons, I think, is what, 32, I think, or 33. He shouldn't be a guy that's done that early, you know. So you got to be careful with guys like that. So if I could get him for 3.5 on a longer term deal, and maybe sign him until he's 35 at the most, then all right, 3.5 until then. That kind of fits the deal. But the only problem is logjam.
Yeah. Which, by the way, that's another thing Sean was bringing up. He was thinking with another former or not a current Blue Jacket. He's thinking about a former Blue Jacket. Something he thought about the other day. What about signing Nick Foligno? Unfortunately, there's a logjam at wing. It's going to be too tough.
He plays center too.
A what?
He plays center though too.
Oh, he does?
Yes, he plays all three forward positions.
Oh wow! Now that's actually now interesting on that.
Yeah.
Other things were
as good of a center as he is a winger at this point.
But he made about like $5 million last year, right?
5.5, and that
5.5.
He's up to age.
He's probably going to look for a bigger deal.
30. No, he couldn't. He can't get that again. His numbers have been. All right, so he had that big 70-point season in 2015, 30 goals, 73 points, 79 games. After that, he's hit 50 once. And his last 2018, 19, and 20 were all 30-point seasons for him. But the 31 that he had in 2020 was in 67 games. That's not too far off of a 40-point pace, but 16 points and 7 goals in 42 games. Or no, with Columbus. And then, all right, so 20 points, 7 goals in 49 games. Yeah, I don't think he gets anywhere close to $5 million. I'd be shocked if somebody gave him more than $3 million at this point in a flat cap era.
Rich was asking also before about do you think any of those three guys could play center? Not often do guys go from winger back to center, but if anybody, Lafreniere is the only one that can, I think. I would love it if one of those guys could, because it would solve some problems.
He had younger stages, Lafreniere.
And he even said he would play center last year after he was drafted.
Yeah, I mean, he's the type of guy that I think can end up really being that team player that takes on that job. And he could actually be, I think, a decent center if he can just round out his defensive game to be at least above average. If he could be above average, like where like Mika is, or slightly below Mika's level of defense, I think you could have a real good center. I just wonder I just wonder how that would really affect him, because the defensive responsibilities from going from wing to center, in my own playing experience, it's a lot. It really, it's not easy. So
right, you got to make sure you're down low, you're picking up the loose change.
Your head's
the guys. It's just it's a tremendous thing. I enjoy doing it. Of course, I'm now at the point where I don't skate as well as I used to, but Ariana, this is a good one too. I can't believe for once they never changed right-handed Strome with the left-handed Lafreniere or Kakko on the first power play. This is, if you watch the scouting tape on Capo Kakko, as I mix the consonants up, his office is just to like right around the right wing faceoff dot, and he one-timed a lot of those pucks. And that's where they had him for a while in his first season, but then they moved him off that. And he just hasn't gotten back there. That's why I kind of look over at Ryan Strome and go, Ryan Strome's a good player and everything, and I don't want to mess with the first unit, but put Kakko there.
Ryan Strome should have been on that second unit. He's the type of guy that wants the puck, has to hold on to the puck. There's too many of those guys on there. Too many guys, not enough trick. Too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. Too many Indians is the analogy that I was looking for. But too many cooks.
Too many chefs spoil a stew.
Yeah, too many chefs spoil a stew. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I get why they didn't have Kakko on there. And it's probably because of the fact that his shot really wasn't great. His shot needs work. It does. I'll be perfectly honest with you there. But it can work. And in order to get him going, you need to give him something to create some sort of confidence offensively with. And Quinn just never gave him it. And that was one of the big gripes I had. You got to put your players in position to succeed. Like I said before, he just never did that with Kakko. Never.
Mike brought up this comment, not an excuse, but if we had a training camp, it would have been a different season. Yeah,
maybe.
I think hands down, I think it would have been a different season. But on the other hand, I also think David Quinn would have bungled it. I was in the David Quinn corner the entire time, and then by the time we had our first podcast, and they were 1-5, I think they were. That me and John first did this, and I had to ask the question, is David Quinn available? And John sort of gave me that How I Met Your Mother shattered image where I couldn't look at the David Quinn the same way ever again. But that's what it was. So
I can't agree with that, Mike, because of the fact that a lot of the wounds that were haunting the Rangers were self-inflicted, and it was a lot of bad coaching decisions. He mishandled the goalie situation.
Oh, yeah.
Horribly, and that was one of the big things. They couldn't get off the ground because he wouldn't let a goaltender go on a run. You gotta get your goaltender playing. You have to establish the 1 and the 2, and he didn't do that. He refused to put the young players in positions to succeed. Chris Kreider struggled horribly. He refused to demote him. Mika Zibanejad and the COVID, that was something out of Quinn's hands, obviously. So I can't blame Quinn for that. But if they have a long training camp, that's not going to help Zibanejad.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to change anything with him.
And it's also, I can't help but say, this came from the Rangers brass and everything else. And again, this came from really our first videos together. Mm-hmm. And that was, you could tell by the first game, they were done with Tony DeAngelo. They went in to the first game, had trouble with Tony DeAngelo, and then already wanted to get rid of him. Healthy scratch in game 2. And then he played, I think, maybe 5 more games the rest of the year and never really got his job back. It was just there were a lot of issues, and you can't help but say a good coach and better leadership. John attacked the leadership for a while, and it was true. And we were yelled at on All Things Rangers and on YouTube for this, and saying, "Oh, they're fine," but apparently they weren't. No. So, Chris Frost again. They have not named the captain yet because they're waiting for Laffy. Last year, he showed he was willing to fight some players, even though the gloves never came off. Yeah, well, Laffy's, first off, if you're going to go a first overall pick, being a captain, it's what usually ends up happening. So
I don't even think it's just that. I just see he was captain of the Rimouski Oceanic. He was captain of the World Junior team. I just, everything I see just screams leadership with him. And that's another thing. He wants to be when they said when he was drafted, and even before he was drafted, they said that he would be the type of player that could come to a big city like this and put the load on his shoulders because he wants to be that guy. And I remember Craig Button, and I think his analysis was bang on here. He said that, Artemi Panarin might be there, but Alexei Lafreniere is the type of guy that's going to come along and is going to say, oh, well, you may be the big dog here, but I'm going to be the big dog. And that's the type of bulldog mentality that Lafreniere has. And he's always had that since he was a kid. And you know what? I could see it happening. That's why I think that he's eventually going to get named the captain. It's either him or Fox, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I have to go with that. I would like to see, even if it's one of those things where they name him the captain and they don't get pressure on him, like the veterans try to shield him a little bit. That would help because, and again, Alexei's got it up here. You could already see that. You could already see that him going goalless to start his career, or pointless for that matter, didn't really affect him nearly as much. Rich, by the way, thank you for the compliment. This is a great podcast. Love to hear your answers to all your questions. Enjoying hearing what other Ranger fans think. And we're the Ranger fans, and unfortunately, we lost our Islander guy. Yes, we are renaming this podcast because we're going to be renaming the channel, but it's we're still going to be very heavy on New York hockey first, and then covering around the rest of the league. Chris, again, you bring in Foligno, his stats will jump because he'll be playing with better players. Yeah, but he's going to have a limited role, so that's where the hard part is. And I always look at guys that are making big money and wonder whether or not they can transition. It's not like he's going to be coming into a PTO. So, it's.
I worry about Foligno because he's 33. He turns 34 in October. This is going to be the time, and you could already see it, that his style of play is taking an effect on his body. I don't know if that's necessarily the best idea. If he's willing to do a 1 or 2 year deal, and he's willing to come in for about between $2 and $3 million, I would be okay with that. But I am just not sure of how he translates going forward on anything longer than, I would say, a 2 year deal.
Yeah, and I'm still looking at the guys that could possibly be in that bottom six. But again, all the hits he's put on in his career, all those penalties, all those fights, those take a toll on you.
Yeah.
Mike P. Horrible coaching. I think the Cuds took longer to get to NHL speed with limited roles. I agree.
Yep. Definitely.
DQ's biggest issue was that he never played the second line power play. He played the first line power play. 100 it's 1 minute 45 seconds of the 2 minutes most of the time. Yeah. And it reduces how, now granted, you're gonna try to leave your top power play out there as much as you can, but you know what? It's better to rotate them. Ariana, again, this is a good one. I've never been a coach blamer, but when I watch the top six consistently get nothing and going against the top four teams in our division, that was the last straw. Yeah. That's a really good comment. For me, and I know I told Marc this, and I know I mentioned it on our show. Sorry, and we're going to let you finish that comment, but first let me say, Mike, yeah, we did. It had Colin Blackwell, Philip Hedl, and one of our top 2 overall picks. Ugh.
Awful power play unit, just terrible. Just awful. Yeah, we had a second power play unit. It's a great comment. That's one of the better comments I've seen on here. So well done, sir.
Yeah.
As for Ariana's comment, when I saw the way that they played and came out against Philly in that game, in that 9-0 game under Chuck. I almost called him Chuck Knobloch, Chris Knobloch. Wow, got Yankees in the ring here apparently. Under Chris Knobloch, I knew that locker room had been lost by David Quinn. There's no way that you come in with a whole new staff, with David Quinn's staff being out from COVID, and they all of a sudden just can't come out like they have a bottle rocket up their ass or a Roman candle or something up their asses. Like, the way that they played was just something I had never seen from this team before. I've never seen them dominate a team like that. And like, I was there at the game where they kicked the crap out of Washington probably about 10 years ago, and Dubinsky fought Ovechkin, and they didn't even dominate Washington like the way that the Rangers dominated the Flyers. They absolutely broke the Flyers' will to play. That was bad.
When the first thing that happened after the Flyers finally took out Brian Elliott in that game, then, and I agree with it, I just want the season to start already. Oh, get to our off season, because I can't wait. We have a couple different things planned. But when the first thing that happened in that game was the Rangers took a penalty. Flyers went to the power play. This is right after they put Carter Hart in there. And what happens? Mika Zibanejad breakaway, 6-0, and completing a hat trick. And then Heedle right after that. And then it's just,
and it's bad. Oh.
Yeah. We make that joke. I love the joke from The Simpsons when Homer was the imitation Krusty and the kids screaming, "Stop, stop, he's already dead."
Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. I knew that.
But again, I love going back to it too.
But it's accurate though. Like, as a Ranger fan, I loved watching it. But technical difficulties, Dave.
Yeah,
he's having trouble connecting. But I tell you right now, that was sort of uncomfortable in a way to watch, because that was just like, oh man, like if you're looking, like I tried to look at it from a Flyers perspective during that time, and I'm laughing watching. I'm pretty sure I watched that with Dave actually. But holy shit, was that just like, wow, like when are they done absolutely stomping them out? But that's when I knew, to get back to my comment on Ariana's comment, that's when I knew they lost the room. And then when they came out flat against the better teams down the stretch, and yes, I know that Lindgren was out after
Ryder was out, Trouba was out,
but like still the efforts were just not there at all. They just looked disinterested. They looked like they didn't want to play. And not only that, but the first 4 games they played when Quinn came back were against Washington and Buffalo. And the first effort against Washington was putrid. And the second one was putrid for the first 40 minutes of the game. And the only reason why they won is because they turned on the awesome button. They must have flipped the awesome switch at the start of the third period. And they came back and they won that game with 4 goals in that third period. And Washington just collapsed, absolutely collapsed. And then the 2 games against Buffalo, the efforts were just horrible. They barely won that first game, and they lost the second game in the shootout. And that was when I knew. That was when I absolutely 150%, 200, whatever, 500% knew that Quinn had lost that room. It was after that.
And by the way, you're referring to the 2 games against Buffalo. The first one, I believe, went to overtime.
Yes.
On a Tage Thompson goal with seconds remaining.
Yes.
And then the second one, shootout loss. And yes, if Kravtsov was able to get that puck by I forgot which Buffalo pathetic goaltender was in there. But it would have been different. But you know what? It wasn't. The puck didn't get by him. And by the way, Justin, you're 100% right about this one. That game broke the Flyers season. And all I had to say about that is, ha. So
the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, it was like, Dave, you're right. Enjoyed every single second of that beatdown. It was like watching a school bully getting what was coming to him. It actually, I said before, it was like one of those games that I didn't mind them pouring it on, and I barely watched the third period. It was St. Patrick's Day, by the way, so I was enjoying a couple points a couple fine pints of ale.
First Australian accents and now Irish accents, Mark.
There are lots of accents I can do. I was in theater, so I don't know which one that was at the moment, but Quinn never had veteran players. You know what? You still had Chris Kreider. You could say what you will. Chris Kreider is a veteran player. Jacob Trouba,
Henrik Lundqvist, Matt Zuccarello, Kevin Hayes. I mean, he had veterans through his tenure.
Yeah.
Kevin
this team got younger, and that game, I like this one, Chris. That game was like watching Ralphie beat the hell out of the kid in A Christmas Story.
Oh, yeah. Perfect analogy.
But again, this is going to go back to Ariana's comment. I mean, he didn't have the – yeah, okay. Well, yeah.
He didn't.
I mean, because they all could see they were playing for a college coach.
But that's the thing. Like, Ryan Spooner came out and said those things on that podcast. And he was saying that how Quinn was coaching the team like he thought they were all still in college. And a lot of Ranger fans didn't want to hear it, like the pro-Quinn fans. Oh, well, how would Ryan Spooner know? He was here for 16 games under Quinn. Well, it's kind of why Quinn was fired. So who's laughing now at Ryan Spooner?
The kids never got into overtime, and that was frustrating. Yeah, and that's right.
The Filipino comments were kind of telling to me with the game against Buffalo. His line with Lafreniere and Kako, the kid line, was playing well in that game. They were all over them. They had the puck in the zone every time they were out there for almost their entire shifts. And Fihedl came out afterwards and said, "We played so well, I'm confused as to why we weren't out there more."
Yeah.
Like, that's not saying something. When is it going to go off in your head?
And you know something? But going back to that game you referred to, but Quinn came back and Quinn's leave of absence. They destroy the Flyers. They lost 2-1 to the Capitals. I think that there was another Buffalo game that was in there. I'd have to go look at the schedule and just be certain. Okay, so, and the one that I mentioned that they lost to the Capitals, that's when they lost 2-1, and both goals were scored by a guy that's got over 700. So we'll give that guy a break. But a guy that was floundering at that time was Alexander Georgiev. And Alexander Georgiev shut out the Flyers, started playing well, and then he had that game. They went to Kincaid under Quinn, and he had a rough first 2 periods. They turned on the cheat button. He gave Kincaid another start, and this time Igor Shesterkin is skating with the team and getting close to a return. They play Kincaid the second on a back-to-back after traveling because they went to the Garden and played the Sabres. And then on Thursday of that week, Shesterkin's back in net. Great. Georgiev doesn't see the net for 2 weeks. You got a 3-goalie system. What are you doing? Now, I don't care whenever I bring this up that the fact that the next time Georgiev played was against the Islanders and he won. That's not how you keep goalies sharp. And just ask Mike Keenan. I mean, who doled out Dominik Hasek when he had him.
Yeah. Well, everyone's laughing at Spooner because he hasn't been in the league for a while. But a lot of people were saying that, how the hell would he know? He knew. He knew. And anybody who wants to argue that, you could go argue with a wall because he knew and he was right. And myself and others saw it while it was happening, that he was stifling the young kids and he didn't have the room. And you know what? Now Ryan Spooner can turn around and he's probably laughing because, you know what? Everybody could laugh at him, but he's the guy that made it to the NHL and he was playing well. So Spooner's got the last laugh, buddy.
Keep in mind, in some of these things, usually the lesser named guys is the one that outs people. Mike Fiers is the one that outed the Houston Astros. So
and remember, he wasn't even the first one that caught that. Danny Clark caught that.
Sean's got a good comment after this one. There's a video on MSG Networks where Quinn had a short back and forth with Chris Kreider. He made a sarcastic comment. dismissive, like he was a gym coach that would make to his kid. Yeah, because that was Quinn. Maybe he said it because Kreider went to Boston College and not BU, but it's just no, absolutely not. Arthur Spooner from Queens could see it.
Yeah,
Queens.
Jerry Stiller.
Yeah, you traded Jay Buhner. I know that was Seinfeld. Anyone who doesn't play, work, or coach at the NHL, they don't know. Yeah, but that's what we do. We find things. Everybody talks about the Eichel trade, but would you prefer if the Rangers try to package Booch in the 15th and a prospect for Tkachuk, or sign a guy like Coleman and Gaudreau from Tampa?
Matthew Tkachuk's not available. And I know that there was a report about it a couple of weeks back or so, maybe like 2
We did one.
back. And I highly doubt he's available. I really do. They're going to move Gaudreau and or Monahan before that happens. And I'm not talking about Barkley from Tampa. I'm talking about Johnny in Calgary. Calgary, there's a culture problem in that locker room, and it's apparent. And it's been called out by many big-name analysts. Bob McKenzie referred to it. Darren Dreger and Elliot Friedman have both referred to it. Someone big from that big three is getting moved, and I'm telling you right now, it's not Tkachuk. It's not, because it's not going to solve any of their problems by moving the two older players who haven't really played well in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Tkachuk.
I would love Matthew Tkachuk on this team. It's not going to happen. I don't think they're gonna move him over. Would I sign a guy like Coleman? Absolutely, or even Barclay Gaudreau? Absolutely. Coleman's playing the wing right now, and he was a top line wing on the Devils at one point. I don't recall Coleman playing center. John, do you?
I don't think Coleman plays center. I think he may have for a little in New Jersey. I don't. No, he's listed as a left and right winger. Same.
Okay.
Coleman would be a great fit, though. I just think that he is going to be asking for, upwards of $4 million. I mean, he had 14 goals and 31 points. His two previous seasons, he cracked the 20-goal mark both times with Jersey. 21 and 31 and 57 in 2020. 21 and 32 altogether in 66 games between Jersey and Tampa. And then the year before, 22 and 36 and 78. So I'm thinking he's looking at like 4 and change.
He might potentially get into the 5 range. By the way, Chris, somebody might overbid.
Overbid.
Flat cap error.
I say he ends up with about 4.25 to 4.5.
Yeah. I'm always going to look higher because that's the way free agency always goes.
Yeah.
As soon as somebody gets there. By the way, Chris, welcome to the show. John D. Lee, as I mentioned to you before, welcome to the show. We got a lot of newcomers in here, and Chris Frost, who's been very active with us today.
Yeah.
Pull a Godfather, make him an offer they can't refuse. I wish, but also I wish he can move to the middle. John, again, perfect partner for Nils. How about Ekholm?
Going to cost a lot. And he's a top 4 guy. You're not going to bring him in to play bottom pairing minutes. So
yeah, that's we'd love for it to happen, but unfortunately, it's not. Also, I always kind of look at the Bookabum Leach model, or now we can update it to Fox Lindgren, where it's and even the updated model is Fox Lindgren. Usually, you have a stay-at-home defenseman and somebody that's always being able to roam.
He's got one deal. I know that.
A what?
He's got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah,
he's 3.75 right now. I think he's going to get in the 5 to 6 range.
And Nashville's clearing up space. And there's an interesting theory, by the way, before I get too far away from Nashville on this. I got to give credit to Steve Dangle, who said it, just said it best. But that they are basically trading all the players that they can so they can protect the players that they want, and then Seattle has no leverage with them. That's what his hypothesis is. It's not a bad idea.
No, he's right, though. The Arvidsson trade was a clear indicator of that. I thought the Arvidsson trade, they would give up some more assets, and they would they'd possibly be out on Eichel. That's what I thought that was. But L.A., I mean, I guess that Blake must have called Poyle and said, hey, you know, I know that you might be looking to get rid of somebody. You're looking to get rid of somebody, so this way you can protect guys for the expansion draft. And he said Arvidsson, who's had a lot of injury troubles these last couple of years. So he got Arvidsson for cheap, and obviously it was for expansion draft purposes.
Again, I hope to one day get back to it, a Marc's Weekly Trivia, or just a round of Marc's Trivia. But Victor Arvidsson and Pavel Buchnevich became the 12th and 13th players to score a hat trick on their birthdays. They did that this year. Chris, back to you again. I wouldn't be surprised if Schneider makes the team out of training camp and play with Nils. Could two right-handers work for you? Actually, it can. But I'm not sure about two rookies. That's where I have the question.
Yeah, Schneider, I'm pretty sure I saw an interview with him saying that he would be open to playing the left side. And Braden Schneider's another one of those guys that just screams leadership to me. Captain of the Wheat Kings. He played a limited role with Canada at the World Championships, but he looked all right. He played a good role at the World Juniors, looked good at the World Juniors, the suspension aside for the high hit.
What was the award that he won?
What?
What was the award that he won?
He won WHL Defender of the Year.
Okay.
Yeah, he won the Subway Cup, which is the WHL championship. He won WHL Defender of the Year. He won the World Juniors with Canada, and he won at the World Championships. So, yeah. And you'd be pairing him, oddly enough, in this situation, you'd be pairing him with Nils Lundqvist, who just won the Salming Award. Yeah, the Salming Award.
Salming? Yeah.
The Salming Award is for the top Swedish-born defenseman in the SHL. I mean, Moritz Seider from Detroit prospect, he won the SHL Defender of the Year. But Nils Lundqvist, what he's doing, he's putting up the best numbers we've ever seen from a defender at his age level at that time in the SHL. And I know David Rundblad put up numbers a year higher in his draft plus, I think, 2 year. But David Rundblad never panned out, and I don't think he was ever the player. It's funny because Anthony brought up Tim Erickson before. Mm-hmm. Tim Erickson was a part of that three-headed monster on Skellefteå back in the day, that early 2010s with Adam Larsson, Tim Erickson, and David Rundblad. It was those three on that team defensively, and they were just stacked. And only one of those players really worked out in the NHL. So Nils Lundqvist, I mean, I know that there's speculation about him. Jesper Wallstedt, his teammate's probably going to go in the first round of the draft this year, a goaltender. But Lundqvist, I think, is the real deal. I don't think there's any comparison between him and Rundblad. I think he's just a far better player in every aspect of the game.
Mike P back in again, says the Rangers need to be more like 94 to 96, more evenly distributed among four lines. That's usually just in general the Rangers' identity tries to be more evenly distributed. I'm going to argue with you on those years because they were very top heavy in those years. They won the Stanley Cup top heavy. That was Mike Keenan.
Well, they deconstructed that team. Yeah.
Yeah. He was just going, I'm playing my stars. I'm playing my best players. I'm doing that all the time. Because when you got to the third period, it would be, if they needed a goal, Kovalev, Messier, and Graves, and he wouldn't be afraid to throw Leach and Zubov out there together. However, if you want to go with this decade, though, the 2012 team was very balanced, even though they were a little bit top heavy with Gaborik and Richards. 2013, that was top heavy too, but still pretty balanced when Nash got there. But then 2014 was balanced. 2015 was balanced. 2016, it goes on and on. The band plays on with that. It's just who the Rangers always are. Back again to Chris T. What are your predictions on Strome this offseason? Do the New York Rangers use him As a rental this year, or they let him walk, or do you see a potential fit with another club? Don't see Buffalo wanting him. I gotta agree with I don't see Buffalo wanting him, but
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if Buffalo would want him, but in order to facilitate a trade, he probably would have to be in there salary wise. So that's why I think the Rangers might have to pay a little more. It's because he's probably going to leave Buffalo. I mean, he's got 1 year and then he's a free agent. So
yeah,
pay a little more and give up like a Lundqvist or a Kravtsov in that deal to make that work, and then maybe Hedl is the other piece.
I also think it's puzzling to see what's going to happen with Strome, because I think if he's a Ranger, it's his last year. And I don't know if they acquire a center and then he moves to a wing, if he's not dealt as for that center. But Strome has proved me wrong already. So I don't mind if he keeps proving me wrong. Keep playing well, Ryan. I mean, you're already a bargain for what the Rangers got for Ryan Spooner for you. The aforementioned Ryan Spooner, who's out of the league. Hot take from Dave. He says, wouldn't be surprised if Philip Forsberg requests a trade out of Nashville and explore his UFA. He's probably not going to explore UFA because it's next season, I believe his UFA year is. But Philip Forsberg, if you've seen his Twitter account, he is not happy about the Arvidsson trade, and he's not. That happens a lot. Like Henrik Lundqvist was torn up when Matt Zuccarello was traded. It's going to happen when your friends and your teammates, especially longtime teammates that you had success with, go. John?
Here's the difference. Henrik Lundqvist made that one post, and that was it. If Forsberg has went multiple times to voice his displeasure, like several times at this point. So you really got to wonder what the status of it is. And not only that, but Nashville looks like they're a team that's really close to at least a retool, if not a rebuild. So I wonder if he's already told them that he wants out, that he's not going to re-sign with them. And I wonder if they do end up dealing him. But I don't think it would happen in draft. I don't know if it would happen before the expansion draft or not, but I think that I think it's possible that he could get dealt this offseason. That might be a deeper offseason thing, and it might be something that Poyle might really take his time on, because there's no need for him to trade him right now, essentially. But especially if Nashville comes out slow again next year and they're not as good, I mean, you could definitely see them move him sooner than later before that deadline.
Sticking with that Nashville before we go on to the next couple comments. And by the way, guys, keep them coming because we're staying on for you guys.
Yeah.
I know that UC Saros is going to be coming up for contract talks. Pekka Rinne is nearing the end of his deals. You can't re-sign Saros for big money with Yaroslav Askarov coming up, because we're going to have another Spencer Knight, Sergei Bobrovsky conversation.
Yeah, I think you see a bridge there. I can't see it either. If they're as high on Askarov as they claim to be, I know 1.5 is nothing for him. He'll probably get somewhere in like the 4 range, maybe 5. But I mean, his numbers are good. They are good. I'll give you that.
Yeah. But again, you can't, you got a guy that's your top prospect that's supposed to be this legendary goaltending prospect. You can't just shelf him. That's why I still don't understand the Sergei Bobrovsky contract. I just still don't.
I get that too. I don't understand why they went as hard as they did on Bobrovsky, like literally right after drafting Spencer Knight. I get you had to get a starter, but for that big and long term, like it just didn't make sense to me.
I mean, that's like trying to date Kate Upton and then immediately turn around and trying to date Heidi Klum at the same time. You're like, one. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That would be if they were both saying, oh, obviously Justin Verlander would have something to say about that.
Yeah.
Chris Frost again might have another Langford Fox rookie pair that had worked out well and for years and now. Yeah, but you know what? That doesn't always work. Two rookies, they need the experience, they need that, and it also helps. John will say this for me. It wasn't the first time they played together.
No, it wasn't. I mean, they played together at the World Juniors back in 2017 when USA won gold. They were partners then. I mean, I think I said this on the Adam Fox breaking news video that we did when he won the Norris. Gorton had to have been licking his chops when he found out that Fox threw the ground, especially with having Ryan Lindgren already in the system and knowing how well they played together. But yeah, Ryan Lindgren took another step at the NHL level. He became a much better defenseman than I ever thought he could be.
Sorry, I have a little bit of background noise, so I had to mute myself.
Yeah,
back to Ariana again. We need a veteran D this year with Nils. Yes, Trouba got hurt. You could see how green the blue line really was, and yes, that's 100% true. And at least,
yeah.
If not a seventh defenseman, I think again I looked around at candidates. Michael Stone was one of the ones I looked at. Guys that you can have at the very least, a seventh defenseman that can jump on in back and forth. I'm not opposed to bringing Brendan Smith back. I know you are, John. Are you?
I would just be very careful with him because I don't see a real good defender. I know he played well with Jacob Trouba down the stretch run when they moved Brady Shea to Carolina for that first round pick that they used to end up. All right, the playing and fighting thing is just – listen, fights don't happen often in today's NHL. And if they do, great. If not, or if they don't, great. If not, if they do, it's whatever. Team toughness is different from fighting. And it's a completely different dynamic, and they need team toughness.
And this is where we're going to get into this too. And by the way, Rich has got a good comment about this one, is you can coach toughness, mental toughness, and all the other stuff. The fights end up being everything extra. But one thing we talked about with the Tom Wilson incident was you spend so many years trying to legislate what Tom Wilson does out of the game. Then Tom Wilson does it, and now you're fine with it? That doesn't make sense. That makes zero sense. But he was saying you got Lundqvist, Fox, Miller, Buchnevich, all these guys, but you're worried about toughness. Well, again, with those guys, they're all not going anywhere. But that's what Gerard Gallant's going to do, and Gerard Gallant's going to make them tougher and truly give them a little bit more backbone.
Yeah,
Rangers. Sorry,
I would.
You first, John.
No, yeah, I would want Keandre Miller to show me a little more of that mean streak. I mean, you absolutely saw him ragdoll Matt Barzal around when he wanted to, and there were other players that he absolutely was like, okay, like, I'm done taking your crap, and just toss them. And that's exactly what he can do. He is a brick house. He's just a tower of power. So you want that out of him, but that's got to be here. That's not. I mean, you can condition someone to start being that way, but they've got to incorporate that in their game in their own way. So, but yeah, I mean, team toughness is definitely needed. As for Stepan, I'm gonna pass there. Just skating's not good. He's getting older. He doesn't have a good shot. He's too one-dimensional in the fact that he's not a shooting threat, so he's just gonna pass. Is he decent defensively? Yeah, he got some considerable Selke votes in some years. But I don't know. I think I'd pass on him, really, unless he's come cheap.
We talked about this before. I think it was last week. We had a couple comments about changing around moving Alexander Georgiev in a package and possibly re-signing Henrik Lundqvist to be a backup. It's sort of like once you move away from somebody, I think it's hard to go back, even though the temptation's there. But I would consider this signing him for the veteran minimum. He's here. He skates with the team. When they need him, he fills in. Like I talked about that with Freddie Gaudreau. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have Stepan do that. But that's as far as he's going. He's going to be the fourth line center. I mean, after all, it worked when they brought back Dominic Moore when he was a fourth line center.
Well, yeah, Dominic Moore was brought back to be a fourth line center. Derek Stepan is brought back to play a little more minutes than that. I have a problem, and listen, I know it's Arizona, and I know that the numbers aren't great. And I know that Clayton Keller had that big rookie year, I believe it was in 2018. So I don't want to go too far into that, but 56 points in his first season in Arizona, 14 goals. Then 15 goals and 35 points in 72 games. Then 10 goals, 28 points, 70 games, 2020. Then 1 goal and 6 points in 20 games this year. That's simply not good enough.
Yeah. But again, the reason why I'm even contemplating it is fourth line center. Don't have to ask him for much.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I wonder what his ask would be, because if he's asking for $4 million plus, goodbye.
No.
If he wants $3 million or less to play third line center, I might consider that at that point, because he could play that. But I think you need a grittier, better defensive player. I don't know how many better defensive players out there right now. Stepan's actually an okay defensive player. I mean, Casey Zizekas would be a better defensive fit, but Derek Stepan could give you maybe 30 or 40 points maybe on bottoms on your third line, depending on who he plays with. So maybe it's an option to look into, but again, it depends on the price, really.
Back to Mike P again. He says Strome has been a great Ranger. And also, by the way, Mooch, Strome, and the 15th for Eichel. It's probably going to take another prospect in order to get that done.
Yeah, I would say it probably takes another prospect for Eichel. And you know what? That's funny enough. That would be the Rick Nash return. That would have been Dubinsky. Or Strome would have been Dubinsky. Buchnevich.
Veteran.
Was it Nisamov?
Player.
What?
It was the Rick Nash deal, because it was
Buchnevich. No, I'm sorry. It was Anisimov, Dubinsky, a first rounder, which ended up becoming Kirby Reichel,
and
Tim Erickson.
There you go.
For Rick Nash, and a third round pick, and I think Steven Delisle, who never did anything at any level, and the pick that was in that deal with Rick Nash ended up being Pavel Buchnevich.
And by the way, the funny part is that again, I'm going to mention him. Steve Dangle did the trade tree on Rick Nash. Ooh, that really did benefit the Rangers. I thought the Rangers won that trade to begin with, and it's been great. Ariana again. Why wouldn't they just blow it up? Hope to be in right. Then later with Bedard, while asking,
If you're a Nashville, this is the perfect time to do it, because you've got Shane Wright in 2022, and then you've got Connor Bedard, who just, I know it's a shortened season, but he put up numbers better than Connor McDavid during an exceptional status year at the same damn age. And you've got to be looking at that kid and saying to yourself, holy shit, would I love to get my hands on. And then even if you don't get him, then you get another potential generational prospect in Matvei Michkov, who's putting up just insane numbers in Russia's junior leagues. Just you can't go wrong with either one.
Yeah.
If you're
and that's why you take a calculated shot like this sometimes. You don't have to always try to go for it. Especially when you're moving back into that Central Division. That is not going to be an easy division next year.
No, it's not going to be. St. Louis is still going to be a contender. I mean, Minnesota's probably going to be in that division. They're going to contend again.
Yeah.
With Dallas, I mean, just
Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado. You're going to have to deal with a lot of teams that are.
And Arizona's back in the Central.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about Arizona. Arizona might be another team that might take care.
That's a different story. Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense, because you'll have your franchise goaltender, then you could have two franchise centers in Bedard and Wright, and you're set.
Well, you can't win the lottery twice in a row. They're trying to make sure that didn't happen after the Rangers did what they did. Chris, again, under the radar free agents that you'd like to see the Rangers sign. Name that sticks out to me would be John Merrill from Montreal. Solid defensively, could take the pressure off the young kids. I look at John Merrill. I thought about him. Why didn't I jump at him? But I think it's because his plus minus wasn't good. But I think you're right. Chris.
I like that. I do like Merrill because he'll come cheap. He'll be a decent bottom pairing guy. He's not going to ask for big money or big minutes. He definitely. Oh gosh, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said before, the NHL has gotten fighting out of the game, but they do need somebody that's going to answer the bell when Tom Wilson does what he did again.
If the NHL actually did their job and just suspended Tom Wilson, you wouldn't even have to worry, but we didn't have this conversation yet.
But we have to. This is exactly what I said beforehand, because George Parros did not do his job. And when he did not do his job, he decided to make everybody say exactly what Mike is saying right there. We need to get a fighter of our own. And if we don't have one, then we got to go. If we don't have one, then we got to go bring him up. So good job, George. Again, they were trying to legislate this out of the game. I can't say this enough. It's obvious that they were doing it. And now everybody's going to go back to it because they couldn't do their jobs.
The deaths of Wade Belak, Rick Rippon, and Derek Bugard absolutely just wanted they and then the obvious CTE discussion with the NFL and everything like that wanted that forced the NHL to start wanting to get fighting out of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know because I have a feeling that there's preferential treatment involved, because if you look at what happened with Matt Cook, why was Matt Cook not given the band hammer while he was in Pittsburgh? Why? Because he was playing with Sidney friggin' Crosby. That's why. And look who Tom Wilson is playing with. Alexander Ovechkin.
Because they wanted to make sure they got their flagship franchises sheltered. And if they went on deep runs, they were playing each other in the second round.
And they have players to protect them just in case anybody decided to take runs at them. So you know what? Oh, let's have Matt Cook around. Let's have the biggest dirtbag in NHL history run around and end people's careers. That's what Tom Wilson's doing right now. I mean, Brandon Carlo still hasn't been the same since that hit. So you know what? The NHL, if this is something to get casual fans, viewing them on ESPN, that's a shame for the NHL, man. That's a real shame. And they're going to compromise the star players because they think that fights are going to get more viewers, more casual viewers on ESPN's new TV deal. Stupid.
And on TNT, by the way. Yeah. Ariana, just to say right there, I'm actually from the book of I would rather see Clayton Keller get guys around him. Not that he's the superstar talent there, but at least build something in the desert. I mean, not only because I'm probably going to end up moving there in a few years, but it's also that it's the Coyotes just haven't made the right decisions. And John Chaika was not the best GM for them either. So especially you got to say he wasn't the best GM since he just cost them a first round draft pick for no reason. Back to Rich again. It was certainly a different era, but found an interview where Steve Vickers blamed Emile Francis for never keeping tough players and the losses on Boston to Philly. Yeah, and that's what ended up with the Rangers overreacting and bringing in Phil Esposito and Carol Vadme and sending Brad Park and Sean Rattel away. And again, it is a different era, but now it's, can you coach a team that is going to be mentally strong? Because there isn't as much fighting as there was anymore. There just isn't.
Here, I'm going to point to a team right now, and it's an obvious point, but the Tampa Bay Lightning. I mean, aside from Pat Maroon, who's the fighter on the team? Who? And Pat Maroon's a fighter to a point, but Pat Maroon's a skilled player that can fight. You need guys that can play, and then if they can fight, it's a bonus, but the grit is really what's there. Tampa Bay in 2019 was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. They were a giant, but they were soft, and they got bounced by Columbus. Columbus upset them in 4 games. Big, just soft giant. And then what did they do? They signed Maroon that following offseason, and they traded for Barclay Goodrow and Blake Coleman at that deadline, and it's about to win them 2 cups back-to-back. So, yeah, those are the guys you need to win.
Yeah, and by the way, John, I'm gonna go further with that, because the true thank you anybody has to give any team is the Tampa Bay Lightning have to give thank you to the Columbus Blue Jackets. One, for sweeping them and knocking them out and letting them know their flaws. And then they add on the 3 players that you just mentioned. The other thing was, in the bubble, first playoff game of the NHL season was the Blue Jackets and the Lightning going to 5 overtimes. After that game, Tampa's looked massively mentally strong. Like, they haven't even – that's the game that solidified them as a Stanley Cup champion. You could talk about teams that you could look at and point to and go, that's the game that you look at. That's when you have to be mentally strong enough in order to do it. The classic one is Messier when the Rangers were holding on by a thread and Mike Richter was keeping him in, and Messier comes in with the guarantee, wins Game 6.
You got to give credit to Keenan, though, there, because he pulled one string that made the entire difference in that game.
Called the timeout.
No, not just the timeout. But took Glenn Anderson off that top line, because Anderson was an anchor on that line, and put Alexei Kovalov with Messier and Graves, and the two just started skating circles. And that's why every single time I have to hear about Noonan and Matto and and they never would have beaten them with a Monty and Gartner. What happened in that series? When they started skating circles around them in that game, that made the entire difference.
And yeah, and by the way, that made the entire difference. And Kovalev was dynamite 4-on-4 with Messier as well. And especially Brian Leach on another planet as a player that offseason. Or sorry, that postseason, I mean. I think if we're bringing back veteran guys to play on the 3rd or 4th line role, I think you got to look at Corey Perry or Nick Foligno. Sometimes under 3. Well, Corey Perry could be a cheap alternative. And we talked about Corey Perry.
You mentioned Corey Perry, Mark, and I agree with you. I think Corey Perry could really I mean, if he's willing to be under $3 million, I could see. Let's see what Corey Perry's making now, because I don't think it's even that.
I don't think it's that much either. I think it's actually pretty good. All right. And by the way, Rich says we lost to the Kings in the playoffs because they had no center depth and size. Nash did very little. Well, as we all found out, Nash was dealing with concussion problems.
Perry was making $750 this year. He's
$750,000. Yeah,
you could probably get him for $1 million to $1.5 million, and I think he'd be a great pickup for the Rangers. Honestly.
And again, it's one of those things that it's.
Richard's right.
Yeah, he's right about that. As far as they lost the center matchup, I don't know if they had center depth. LA was just better at it the entire time. And they wore down the Rangers. That was another thing. I still think the Rangers should have. They should have won. That series would have been completely different. Tim Peel calls that interference call in Game 2.
Here
interfered.
The difference maker for me in that series. So I'm going to go earlier than that, and I'm going to say if Derek Stepan doesn't turn over that puck at the end of the first period in Game 1, up the middle, leading to that fluky Kyle Clifford goal. You're looking at a different series, because that's a 2-0 lead at the end of that period. And even if Drew Doughty absolutely walks Kevin Klein like a dog and scores, that's still a 2-1 lead. You get out of there 1-0 and steal that first game in LA and take home ice advantage from them. It's a different series. You get the matchup different.
That's a good point. Rich, again, why do you think the Rangers never gave any consideration to Messier as a GM or head coach? He was getting consideration for a GM, and then he wanted to be the coach.
I never heard that he wanted to be the coach, but I know that he made that comment on radio.
Michael K.
Yeah, it was Michael K. show that he that sort of insinuated it. But there was, I mean, aside from that, I never heard anything else. But he was
the assistant GM up until 2013.
What's that?
He was the assistant GM up until 2013.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't? Was he a special advisor then?
No, he's had like some sort of like special consultant position.
I thought they were grooming him to take over for Sather. That's what I actually thought originally.
No, that was a rumor, but
this is where I hate being wrong, by the way.
Yeah, no, he wasn't assistant. Chris Jordy was assistant GM. Oh no, Jeff Gorton was assistant GM, and Murray was under him.
All right. So we'll go back to the Messier thing in a minute. Do you guys think we'll make any changes in the goal? Like, is Georgiev getting traded?
No,
I don't think so.
I
think Georgiev stays. There's just not the market, I think, right now there is for him that there was last year. And you know what? As we found out with Cam Talbot, there's not that much market on goaltenders, especially backups trying to get in right now. It's been a while since the goalie got traded, and you got a lot.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
Corey Perry would get a small bump in dollars this year, but not much. Would love to have him on the Rangers. I love to have him on the Rangers for a different reason. I love Chris Kreider. I drive the Chris Kreider fan club. I'm not, and I do see his flaws, everybody. You don't have to let me know. But here's the one thing about Chris Kreider. He gets injured every single year because of the game he plays. And Corey Perry would be somebody that would go in front of the net on the power play in his stead. So why not? And toughness.
Find Corey Perry to use him on a power play. I just think that would be. I think it would kind of be
backup option. As a backup option.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Even then, just kind of. I would rather see other options elsewhere. I would rather see them give more time to the kids than do that.
Yeah. Still need somebody for the net.
Start getting away from Chris Kreider on the first unit to begin with. I get he's a net front presence, but there are just too many times where he just isn't good enough in that role where he disappears just for stretches. And when he disappears, that also disappears for whatever reason.
Chris, you don't have to worry about this because Shesterkin is exempt for the expansion draft. So what that means is they're going to expose Kincaid for the expansion draft. So Georgiev isn't going to get taken.
Yeah. Kincaid.
Here's a quick one for you, and this is a quick one. Steve, I believe this is my first time seeing you right here, Steve, on a live podcast. Cirelli or Danault?
Cirelli in a heartbeat. I don't even have to think about that one.
I agree. It's Cirelli. He's got the offensive game. Georgiev may have a celebrity boxing match with Tony DeAngelo with the same still a career change I could see. That's right, Sean. Back to Chris T. Nowadays, every team has why am I reading the smaller text? It's where my mistake is. And nowadays, every team seems to have a guy on a very team-friendly deal, whether it's buying low on a vet or signing a young guy long-term, McKinnon or Barkov contracts. Yeah, there's every year you're going to get a team where a guy's got a good deal, and it just helps because that's how you manage the salary cap. You just get good deals.
Yeah,
we'd like to see the Rangers do the same, ink a guy like Shesterkin or Kakko to a long-term deal.
I don't think Kakko is going to get that yet, just because the numbers just simply are not there for him. They're not. If they wanted to give him something like $3 million over 5 years, I don't think he would even accept that. It just doesn't make sense to them. They'll bridge him. Shesterkin is the guy that I think could end up getting like a 6-year deal worth like $30 million or something like that, because he's 25. That would take him to like 30 or so. Then they could decide whether they want to give him a long-term deal after that. I would stay away from the Henrik Lundqvist special. Don't ever do that again.
Yeah, it's still different doing it for a 25-year-old than a 30-year-old, though. So
yeah, no, but well, I'm just saying, when Shesterkin's next deal ends, if they give him like 5 years, I would say no. Ryan Graves, I'm not a big fan of. I know a lot of people clamor for him because, he's the one that got away that they didn't do anything with. But a lot of his play is boosted by Cale Makar's ability to move the puck and get the puck out of the zone if you actually watch him play. And he's really not as good as many think. And his playoff series, his playoff run, definitely proof of that. He was not good at all against Vegas. Not good at all.
Yeah. I like Ryan Graves. I kind of say that he's one of those ones that got away, but on the other hand, yeah, everything Phil said is right. It's he does block some shots, but I like Ryan Graves, but I like what they got in the system better right now. Back to Chris. Georgie would die in a boxing match. Tony was beast for a little guy. That is true. Here's a great one about Tony DeAngelo. Where do you see him signing?
There's going to be contenders that are going to take flyers on him for cheap, and anybody that thinks that he's not going to get offers, you're out of your mind. The thing is that, and I said this when this happened, is that nobody's going to take the risk on a guy as a PR nightmare like him at $4.85 million. No one's going to do it. But at $1 million or less, or 1.5, nobody's going to think twice about taking on a guy that had a 53-point season and only 65 games, I think it was, for 60, almost 70 points. I think it was a 65-point pace that he was on. So yeah, nobody's going to think twice about giving him an offer for about $1 million or so. There are going to be teams lining up left and right. Montreal was supposedly interested in his services. They were like the biggest team that was noted. I know that a lot of people were floating around the idea, and I know it was Flyers close to home. Yeah, that's a close to home team. Yeah, again, Devils. Yeah, another team that would be close to home for him. But could see that. But definitely a team that needs a power play quarterback. I know Philadelphia has Ivan Provorov, but you got to imagine that Tony DeAngelo would make that power play so much better just because of Tony's skating ability, his zone entry ability, his ability to walk the line. He's got a good shot too, both wrist and slap shots. So,
see, I thought immediately Boston Bruins to the team that whenever the situation comes up is Florida, and see, Florida would be in there. I'm trying to think if the Blackhawks can fit him in
because they have Keith Yandle as a power play quarterback, and Keith Yandle is still very good.
Boston talking about getting rid of Keith Yandle, though.
I don't think it's happening. I know that thing happened at the beginning of the season where they were threatening. I do agree with that. This is a make or break year for Paco.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute.
In a second. But I don't see them getting rid of him. They smoothed out everything, and Yandle ended up having a decent year. The team that makes a ton of sense for me is Boston. Charlie McAvoy, I'm a huge Charlie fan. I've got family connections to him, but I don't see him as like that power play quarterback guy. I see him more as a Ryan McDonough type, a guy that's there. He can put up points because he'll get those minutes. But if you put Tony DeAngelo on that power play, oh man! And not only that, but what did I say about the leadership thing? You need a veteran, good leadership locker room. You think that garbage is going to happen under Patrice Bergeron? Oh, hell no. Tyler Sagan's ass was sent out the door for having an affair with Nathan Horton's wife. So you just got to remember that. Yeah, if you didn't know that, that's why Tyler Sagan was traded. So Patrice Bergeron wasn't having that shit. Coach, I would disagree with that.
I also think that might have something to do with coaching too. So part of me thinks Julian Gauthier could be a hell of a player on this team. I think he's the one that goes to Seattle, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It also came out that Gauthier was one of the guys that came out and said that I can't go out there and play without having to worry about making mistakes because Quinn will staple my ass to the bench, basically. Yep. So you get rid of that and you see what happens differently with Julian Gauthier.
Showing you right here again, the Rangers only pay out a third of his $8.5 million contract. They have 2 years. It would be, I think, $385, and then I think it's $500,000 the following year.
8, I think
it is. Yeah, it is 8-3. And by that time, A lot of their poison pill cap hits are gone in there. Back to Chris T. Let's pray the Flyers don't sign Dougie Hamilton or Seth Jones. That seems to be a small move at cap space. Yeah, you know what? But see, the thing about the Flyers is that might help the Flyers for like a short time. The Flyers don't seem to have a long-term plan. They really don't.
You know what, though? I don't know. They have $68 million. They have $13 million in cap space, apparently. They're 68 on the books. But they have Nicholas Aube-Kubel to sign as an RFA. Joel Farabee. Oh, actually, no, that's after this year. I'm sorry. Okay, so their two RFAs really on forward are Carson Twarynski. It's a fourth liner. Really nothing special. Not going to have to worry about it. And then Nolan Patrick, who's been the that Sagan bit is true. Look it up online. You can find it anywhere.
Patrick, you're saying?
Patrick is their big RFA at forward. He's the one of two RFAs at forward. Sam Moran is a Group 6 UFA. I don't know if they'll even bring him back. I don't know why they have him listed in the forward section, though. Oh, because he played a few games at left wing. That's right.
Yeah, he was. They moved to the forward.
Yeah, they moved.
And I think he had a goal against the Rangers, I believe.
Yeah,
and that
I don't think
game.
Forward though. I think he was at defense.
Yeah, before that he was playing some games at forward.
Yeah, Travis Sanheim is a restricted free agent, and that's going to require a raise. Carter Hart is a restricted free agent. That, unfortunately for them, is going to require a raise. And then Elliott and Lyon are both UFAs. I don't like Alex Lyon, so I think they're going to have to go out and get a backup. So they're going to spend somewhere in the range of, I would say, $6-7 million on goalies between Hart and the backup. And then you have Sanheim. So that cap space disappears. Who are they moving to get Seth Jones or Dougie Hamilton, especially with Hamilton looking for 8+?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. If the idea is to get rid of Shane Gostisbehere, you're going to have to sell real low on him because Alain Vigneault destroyed his career.
Yeah, and I can't believe that Alain Vigneault is the one that he can blame for that. Shane Gostisbehere, I think if that guy gets a change of scenery, he can explode on something. By the way, what do you think about this comment? The Islanders need a power play quarterback. They don't have much cap space. Sign Anthony DeAngelo for 1 year.
Doubt it. The locker room is too close to home right across the street. I doubt it. I know Lou would never let that get to the point that it got to. And Trotz wouldn't either because Trotz is a veteran coach. And here's another reason why I can't see it. Trotz wanted nothing to do with Josh Osang. You think he's going to want something to do with Tony DeAngelo?
Yeah, that's true. But on the let's say, I've always kind of brought this up about Josh Osang. The only way he can make it back in the league is if he finally humbled, finally says, what can I do for the team? Finally says, starts to be a team player first. Could this be the year that humbles Tony DeAngelo?
Sure, but at the end of the day, I just don't see it when Hosang was not nearly as big of a problem as Tony. Hosang's problems were just to himself. They didn't disrupt the team like Tony's did. And the team played better after Tony went out.
Yeah.
So, I just can't see it with someone like Trotz and Lou, because if like Anthony said with the Lou Lamoriello one, Gauthier looks like Tarzan now. Stop. That's just, I'm not even going to further go into that because it's just not worth it.
Looks like Tarzan plays like Jane. But wait, finish yours because I got a good one for you right after this.
Anthony, when he did the honest press conference, and it's right because they were friends, he said that Lou and George Steinbrenner were good friends. And Lou runs his teams a lot like George Steinbrenner. That shit ain't flying in a Lou Lamoriello ran team. I'm telling you right now. And doing it. So
yeah, but George would also give guys second chances. So that's one thing I got to say about that. George would he'd bring in guys, then say to him, "I'm giving you another chance," and expect the most out of him. He would do that, by the way. And you bring up Elaine Vigneault, so you know what that means. You're getting some good looks. Good looks. All right.
I'll be right back. I gotta go find the pack of chewing gum. Sorry, guys.
All right. We actually don't have any comments in the queue. We're gonna hold off a couple more minutes, see if you guys got a few more. Because we've been at this a good 4.5 hours. Wow, we're breaking into the glass ceiling as far as time. It's because of you guys. That's the reason why. And next week, we were plugging before that we're gonna have Dave Pagnotta join us. So
I gotta see, what day is that? Did Anthony say?
He just said sign sealed for next week. It's either, I would say, either Tuesday and Wednesday. So
all right, yeah, I gotta make it. Well then.
Are you going to be back from North Carolina?
Well, tell you right now, if that's the case, if it's Wednesday, I'll make sure that I leave Tuesday, and I'm back for that because I've got to be there for that.
Well, we know the Stanley Cup Finals are going to be over unless there's some miracle that Montreal's pulling up. That's not going to happen anyway because
the game is scheduled for the 11th anyway, so that would be Sunday.
Yeah.
We are that because we're going to probably be out for my stepfather's birthday.
One move from both of you guys that you want to see the Rangers make, and it can be big or small. By the way, Sean, have a great night. Take it easy.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Look for the shorter segments that we're going to have from the early stuff later on. Okay, one move. Go ahead.
Wow. I'm not going to say Eichel because it's too obvious and it's been too talked about. But I would say a little more of an under the radar move for me would probably be the Rangers going out and getting someone like Casey Cizikas or Corey Perry. I would say one of those two. Maybe even you can throw Sean Corrali in there. I would say one of those three guys would be a real good fit for the Rangers. So definitely one of those guys.
I want a bottom six guy that is in the mold of, and obviously not the player, I'm just saying the mold, JG Pageau, that the Rangers can get him. He will play against the other team's top line, drive him crazy, be physical if he has to, and just be better on the bottom six, win a damn face-off. I don't understand still how analytics people hate face-offs because they're just like, oh, hey, the face-offs are overrated. Well, everybody has face-offs. So face-off is possession. Possessions are 99% of analytics. Come on.
Sounds like you're driving Philip Deneau.
Yeah. I'd like to see the Rangers make a huge hockey trade for Colin Parayko from the Blues.
They're not
so much Colin Parayko. I mean, maybe what he was supposed to be because everybody thought he was going to be a monster and he wasn't.
You know what? I had on a message board, I had a guy tell me that he was better than Adam Fox, and I had to be like, "Are you joking right now? Are you serious?" The only way I would take Colton Parayko is if Jacob Trouba went the other way, and I'm not even sure if I want to give Colton Parayko that next year because his numbers have fallen off hard these last years. 2019, 10 goals, 28 points, 80 games. Then, all right, so then the next year was a little better. In 64 games, he had the same exact numbers. And then this year, 2 goals and 12 points in 32 games. It's just not good enough.
Yes, and I get that that's what you're looking for, the size.
But still, you can't just go after a big guy with size and just kind of try to fit the square peg in the round hole. Like if you do, I agree to an extent. Keandre is big. You can condition him to start playing with a little more of a mean streak. Jacob Trouba is big. Braden Schneider is big. Matthew Robertson is big. They have size in the organization. I mean, they need to play a little tougher, and that's part of the grooming experience with a young team. Look at what Wayne Gretzky said about losing to the Islanders in '83. He went past their locker room and he expected them to be celebrating. What were they doing? They were somber. They looked tired, beaten, and old. And that's when he knew you have to have that next gear to win. He learned how to win from that loss and seeing them. You got to learn to be tougher.
And I think, and I guess I know what you mean by slightly dirty, just getting grittier. But I think sometimes the feeling for a young player is to do one or two things. It's to go out there and do something outlandish and get noticed right away, or it's like something like just being responsible. And because he also knows if he made a mistake, he was going to see the pine. So that's the way Quinn was working. And I think you're going to see a different player out of him and a better player out of him. And he was already an all rookie. So
if Keandre Miller can be a version of either Marc Stahl in his younger years or Darnell before this year, you take that and you run, because those guys were physical without being dirty and taking an absurd amount of penalties earlier on in their career, and they were effective at getting the puck out of the zone and being good in their own zone, playing smart but more physical hockey. I always look at Lidstrom. Because he didn't need to be the fastest skater, the most skilled, or the most physical, and he wasn't the biggest. But he was effective at two different things that made him better than just about anybody. It was his smarts and it was his body positioning. Because it didn't matter how big you were. It didn't matter if you were Eric Lindros, and it didn't matter if you were Theo Fleury. He knew how to get body position on you and eliminate you from the play and take that puck. That's what it takes. Look at Adam Fox. Does the same thing.
Yeah, and that's what everybody said. Like I said, Lidstrom was that. All right. Unfortunately, I am going to have to sign off. But again, we did 2.5 hours of Q&A today.
Yeah.
It's great. Love talking to you guys about this. And hell, we got 21 of you still with us right now. Usually we've done this with like 5 people. So yeah. It's even better. Looking forward to doing this again next week. Obviously, we said we're going to have some other guys with us. We're going to have an interview with Dave Pagnotta and more of the other, like the Honest Press Conferences and our bar talk. We love having you guys. Thank you very much. And don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and, keep telling everybody about us. So, yeah, let's take it easy. And it was great. It was great talking with all of you.
Yeah.
Even if we disagree, it's always great talking to you.
Yeah.
The discussions are.
And all
right.
The new faces showing up. Definitely keep joining in. We're thankful that you're commenting and watching, and we love it. So we love the discourse. Keep them coming. You got questions, you got comments. We definitely love feelings. We love talking hockey. It's what it comes down to. We love talking hockey and interacting with people. So I may not agree with some of the comments that were made, but I'll field them. We'll all field them.
That's what we do. We do hockey talk, not hockey lecture. So, all right. But again, thank you very much. Smash that like button. I just said smash the like button. I said I would never do that. But anyway, look for some of our segments. We're going to be starting tonight with the Stanley Cup Finals, and also get the Bar Talk segment on by tomorrow, and the Honest Press Conferences as well. Great having you guys. Check us out again. We'll see you soon.